just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come, my chance, still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver, no more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar, bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. Get me out of now, to where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver, no more heartbreaks,
we're driving just to feel young, moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one time for the first time. Moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we're moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. Get off your seat, clap your hands to the beat, grab your champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean, yeah, in the Caribbean, yeah. Dan, 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 smoke, 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 fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red. Paint the night sky red, yeah, yeah. We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. myself so desperate on my knees to break. And I hear the voice of an angel telling me not to lay down. And I feel the spirit guiding, telling me not to give up. Hold on to every promise I've been praying for a day. I hold on to every garment, won't surrender, not tonight. The shadow rises and I walk through the valley, but I won't let nothing take my heart away. I recognize the powers as they ready. Call the names, I break them one by one and dance the beat. And I hear the voice of an angel telling me not to lay down. And I feel the spirit guiding, telling me not to give up. Hold on to every promise I've been praying for a day. I hold on to every garment, won't surrender, not tonight. Won't surrender, not tonight. Won't surrender, not tonight. If we are one grain of sand in the middle of the ocean, can you try to understand how a touch can cause explosions? Rise up. We're too great to be landed. Rise up. We're too great to be standing.
They never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers, better cook those risks, cold blood on my fists, we fire starters, one out of a million will reach those heights, always to the field and then I won't deny that work, never could toss, look at my eyes, I'm on the rise. Rise, cutting my size, trying to make sense coming out from highs, yeah, highs, spinning these skies, never stuck there, feeling paralyzed, but I'm up now, we all too late to fall, yeah, anyone coming up, I left them all, never look down when it's risk involved, I got guts, got a lot, I gotta wish it all, got no feelings, we just floating, yeah, I'm that grain of sand that made it out the ocean, a couple million now, I'm causing a commotion, I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
Rise up. Rise up. We are the apocalypse and a path that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the night won't scare us falling. So rise up. We're too great to be landed. Rise up. We're too great to be standing.
They never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers, better cook those risks, cold blood on my fists, we fire starters, let's go, one out of a million will reach those heights, always to the field and then I won't deny that work, never could toss, look at my eyes, I'm on the rise.
Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me
I can wait another minute. I can wait another second to be with you for an eternity. I feel like I am in a daydream. Every moment that I spend with you, with you.
Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me
And first blood goes over the side of Lightwork. Will Trioxy be able to survive that? But no. Double kill going over to Catbot.
Oh my god. Very Twinsy is going to try and save the game with an engaged Mordecai was the last man standing. He is going to go down. T-Berry picks up the quad and a pentakill.
Oh my god. CEO is also in middle of 5 people. He's trying to get some kills, but Black Infantry just slays CEO. CEO is out of the game.
Decide it all. Twinsy trying to deal as much damage as possible. However, in second solo, he fails that smite and he gets taken.
And welcome to the South Asia Cup presented by SMG Esports. We are in for the grand finals today between Temple of Kings and Altar of Kings this side. So a very exciting final awaits us. I'm joined with my co-caster Potato. My name is Bhishi. I am also a League of Legends player coming back into casting after a really long time, so quite excited. Potato, however, let's talk about the finals here, right? Because on one hand, we have the unbeatable, the Asian game representatives, Temple of Kings, but on the other side, we do have this sister team, an academy team that was started up by Cadbot himself, and they look pretty strong too, especially considering that Corporal has moved to the roster. So why don't you tell me a little bit more about Altar of Kings here, and just about their roster and what their strengths are, because we do feel as if TOK might be the favorites, but I think they're definitely going to have a tough time on their hands with AOK.
Yeah, AOK, they are no slouches. It's, as you said, it's the sister team of TOK. We have Dead Corporal in the top lane, Ashley Crusher in the jungle, Nero / Thorfinn at mid lane, Sam / T-Berry as ADC, and Suvo as support. And they have made their way here to the finals. They did face TOK earlier, I believe it was in the semi-finals, in a pretty close 2-1 series. So they do have a shot here. I definitely think TOK has the upper hand. They've, of course, been the Asian Games representatives, very experienced players on that lineup. But AOK did manage to take a game off them in that semi series before getting knocked down to the loser bracket. So, honestly, it could go either way.
Well, that's very exciting, honestly, because we were looking for a team that can honestly slay Temple of Kings. So for the longest time, they have been quite undefeated in these tournaments, and you have Altar of Kings, like you said, who have taken a game off of them, who do look likely to beat them. So I think we're gonna be in for a very exciting finals, right? TOK so far have been unbeaten throughout the tournament, but the only scars that they've sort of received are through AOK themselves. So on the blue side for game one will be Temple of Kings. Mind you, the game will be starting in just a few minutes as we just prep up into the draft and making sure everyone's ready with the communications, their orders, etc. But again, like Potato, I'm gonna come back at you again, since you've been following these teams since a really long time. Who are the players in your opinion to watch out for on both Temple of Kings and AOK? Because technically they both have very star-studded sort of rosters. But if I had to like just put you on the spot here and say, hey, you know what, who's the player you gotta just keep your eyes on TOK, and then another player you have to keep your eyes on AOK, who would those players be?
For TOK, I would have to say it's definitely for me Black Infinity. Black Infinity has been huge in TOK's successes. Even the one game that they dropped, he was performing fairly well. So Black Infinity kind of feels like the cornerstone of the TOK lineup, where he enables every single member of TOK to go beyond what they would normally be capable of. He's just always there. He's just always a threat. He's just been very solid and very consistent throughout, like across the entirety of like all of the tournaments that we have had over the last year. Black Infinity has just been this consistent rock that TOK can rely on,
Mm-hmm.
And then on the other side, on AOK, I would have to probably go with Sam. In the last series against Radiance, Sam had a really standout performance. I think all 4 games he played exceptionally well, completely out of his mind. So I think Sam in the bot lane is going to be very key to AOK being able to take down TOK. Like a strong performance from him is going to probably be, for me, a requirement for AOK to be able to take down TOK in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, but what do you think about the bot lane for TOK, right? Like, you technically have Angels, Lotus, and Cranko, both challenger in their own respective roles, both with a lot of experience. Cranko specifically, I think he's been playing League of Legends longer than most people have, even entered their teens at this point, right? So it's very funny that you have such a dearth of experience on the side of TOK, right? I think for AOK, I think it's going to be really about how they're able to utilize, like you said, their carry potential in the bot lane with the ADC, as well as Dead Corporal, who is formerly the main off the main roster for TOK, right? So I think DC is also one person that we sort of have to really keep our eyes on. So I'm very excited, Potato. I think this is going to be an excellent finale at this point. I mean, yes, there are certain levels of favorites, you could say, but I do feel that this match rather has the potential to go either ways. Also, just talking about the meta a little bit, a lot has changed since the new patch has come across, the new season has started, Potato. Anything that you have found particularly interesting? Now, we have seen the fact that the Baron themselves can change, but what is your favorite sort of change from this current update for League of Legends?
The current update, definitely the new champion Smolder, definitely has nothing to do with the fact that I'm an ADC main, and definitely has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I usually just pick up mage-like champions. Absolutely not. But it seems that we are going to be heading into Champ Select, and it's going to be an instant Pantheon ban against AOK Nero. Pantheon is one of his like two trick champions. He's considered a 2-trick. A Pantheon's in your 2-trick. So Pantheon has been taken off the table immediately.
Makes sense. I think they do want to just ban out the comfort picks, right? And that's what happens in the meta for at least South Asia, right? All of the players tend to have, at least the ones who are upcoming, tend to have these couple of champions that they're just too good on, and banning them out seems to be an effective strategy. I do, however, want to press upon the Karma and the Trundle bans. As Karma because of a flex pick that you can go in mid support. And what about the Trundle ban? Is that also a pick against Nero, or is it a Trundle for the ban against Dead Corporal?
Yeah, the Karma is like extremely strong as a flex pick, has been kind of overbuffed, very dominant, very annoying. The Trundle is probably targeted at Dead Corporal, where I think it was game 3 versus Radiance they had yesterday in the finals of the loser bracket, where Dead Corp just absolutely smashed
What did
Radiant.
I do?
I think AOK had like they were losing jungle, mid, and bot lane, but when the Trundle started showing up with the bonk hammer, it was all for naught.
Well, this is interesting as well. We are seeing Milo getting banned as well as the new champion in the Rift. I forgot his name. What is it called? The jungle.
Oh no!
The
Why would they have banned the Smolder?
Smolder itself. But first pick Renekton coming out, right? They're clearly asserting some level of dominance. Renekton is one of those champions you can play blind to most top lane picks right here. Something that Panda himself is very, very familiar with. Strong in lane, good in team fights as well. Strong early, does get outscaled a little bit towards the late game depending on what the enemy champion is picking. However, Potato, the fact that Xin Zhao has been given away to AOK, which is one of his main champions, was that an intentional pick? Do you feel as if Black Infinity is waiting a counter to Xin Zhao? Because Xin Zhao is one of his main champions and he's gotten it in his draft, so he seems to be in a happy spot right now.
Yeah, Black Infinity has played Xin Zhao a lot in the recent past and has had great performance on them. Xin Zhao is probably going to go to Ashley Crush in the jungle. We do know Nero is known for like his rise to masters on UNE with that Xin Zhao mid pick, but kind of it seems that he avoids it for the most part these days. There is going to be that Ari pickup in the mid lane.
Yeah, I like that because again, you have champions on the right side that are strong early, have some level of mobility right here. But I love the Syndra pick coming out right here. Syndra also very strong, lethal single target damage. It does not matter how much you dash. Once balls are thrown at your face, you will die, and that's exactly what Syndra intends to do right here. So I'm happy with that pick as well. And again, we are seeing K pick what seems to be a Belveth in the jungle. Again, a lot of mobility, should be great against the Xin Zhao as well. Is this Black Infinity's answer to the Xin Zhao Potato?
It does seem to be the case as he does lock it in, and Syndra does have a slight advantage over Ari in that mid margin, having a slight range advantage over her. But this draft has so far been pretty interesting because usually we don't really see so many solo laners picked in the first phase.
Yeah, generally you want to do the counter pick for the mid or the counter pick for the top lane, but you know, Temple of Kings are like, hey, you know what, let me just blind pick my top laner. But they did get the counter pick on the mid lane because Ari was already picked right here, and now Ashe is going to be, I'm guessing Ashe ADC, right, Potato, not Ashe support, because I'm not sure what the meta is, but I have seen quite a few Ashe supports being played by Keria and T1, so just want to make sure that you think this is going to be a support Ashe or an ADC Ashe?
While it is impossible to be certain for sure, I do believe this is going to
Shall
go
I turn in
over
my
to
badge and
T-Berry.
rifle as well?
Ash and Varus are some of his comfort picks, so he'll definitely be happy playing this Ash. Although I am a bit skeptical looking at the picks on the side that Temple of Kings have. They have the Renekton, they have the Syndra and the Belveth, so it might be a bit rough to play an immobile ADC like Ash into that.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the comp, sort of shapes down for both of these teams right here. I am seeing a lot of skirmish potential on both sides. I mean, Belveth also great at skirmishing, Renekton also great on the 2v2 as well. Ash, of course, provides the ultimate. This is the main source of her pick is like the utility that Ashe brings, right? It's not just her lane presence, it's also the fact that she can give you a lot of vision across the map, can throw her arrows literally pretty much everywhere, does make her a very, very strong utility ADC as well. And again, the Zyra bans to stop the Ashe Zyra, if infamous bot lane, I would call it, super poke heavy, cancer to deal with, honestly. The fact that it's banned out, it's smart. Braum again, just to make sure that Syndra's ultimate sort of does get, cannot get blocked out by Braum right here. Good sort of bans right here. Kranko has yet to pick his support. I'm guessing he's gonna wait to see what Suvo is picking. And Potato, we have not spoken about this much, but this is also going to be a battle of two very legendary supports in the LoL India scene, right? Because you have Suvo on one side, who's had a lot of experience playing a lot of tournaments for a variety of teams, and of course you also have Kranko, right? So it's one of those underrated matchups in this series where we talk a lot about top, about jungle, but I think support v support should also be very, very interesting here.
Yeah, support v support can be pretty make or break in the laning phases, and Kranko of course has had a lot of experience. He's been around for a while, one of the first challenger players that we saw in the scenes, who also he isn't far behind in that respect. He's been around for a while as well, and it looks like they're going to lock in one of the most obnoxious bot lanes you can play against. It's going to be the Senna Tahm Kench bot lane.
Senna Tamkench, oh my lord, this is one of those bot lanes that has been very popular ever since Tamkench and Senna sort of released. And I feel like, again, provides him with a lot of scaling ability as well, survivability as well. Like somebody gets charmed, you can tend to just, just eat the champion up and make sure they don't die. On the other side, however, it is going to be a Fiddlesticks. Talk to me a bit more. Is that a fiddlestick support? Am I seeing? Is that a thing, Potato? Because that's very interesting, and it does give Gragas to the top lane. Of course, I feel this is going to be with some level of tankiness as well. An interesting matchup against the Renekton, but I would still say Renekton might just be favored in the 1v1s. Now that the drafts are complete, Potato, I'm heading over to you as well. Tell me a little bit more about the blue side draft. It does seem that it seems to be a little bit well rounded. They do have magic damage. They do have some frontline with the Tom Kench. CC again is more skill based with the Syndra E as well as the Senna, but other than that, I'm not really seeing a lot of hard CC on that side. But on the red side, it looks like they definitely have a lot more hard CC. Talk to me about these two the comps right now.
Yeah. The blue side draft, I'm absolutely loving this draft. We have Syndra in the mid lane, that slow scaling mage in the mid lane, so that's going to be their late game insurance of sort, alongside the Senna, who's going to be looking to grab up a bunch of stacks and be relevant in the late game. But that doesn't mean that the early game is weak. They have the Tam Senna, which is pretty hard to shut down. There's going to be some poke damage coming in from the Ash Fiddlesticks, but honestly, I don't think, like, realistically it's going to be enough to shut down a Tom Senna. And then once late game rolls on, it's just so very hard to just post level 6 try to focus down the Senna.
Mm-hmm.
And they have Belveth to apply a lot of early game pressure, and Renekton as well, pretty strong in the early game. So it's a pretty strong top side all in all, with it's kind of a team comp with not really very many weaknesses. I would say it's pretty well rounded. I wouldn't say it excels specifically at something. Maybe it's a bit more focused towards making picks and smaller skirmishes, but still pretty well rounded out team comp. On the other hand, we have Altar of Kings. They have the Gragas in the top, Zinjao, Ari, and Ash. So mostly there, I'm guessing this is kind of a pick composition. The Fiddlesticks, I feel like it's mostly kind of a comfort pick. Fiddlesticks is kind of better into team fights rather than picking, but like most of the other champions on the side of Altar of Kings, it seems like mostly it's a pick composition with some amount of disengage.
Yeah, I feel like, I think on the blue side, like you said, it does seem like they have a clear window of how they want to team fight, little bit front to back, looking at opportunity. On the red side, it's big potential with the RE, so I do feel the mid laner of Altar of Kings will have a big role to play in terms of getting those picks. Fiddle himself is, again, I wonder if Suvo's gonna get the opportunity to land the right ult in during the major objectives of the game, which is gonna be the Rift Herald and the Dragon, because Fiddle ults, if you ward up well enough, you can see them coming from a mile away. It really is going to take a lot of vision control from Suvo right to get the right opportunity. But if he does manage to land his ultimate on the right target side here, right, there's not a lot of people that the Tom Kench can eat up and survive, right? So if the picks happen and Zinzao's early game prowess here is fruitful, and I do feel this is an opportunity for Altar of Kings to make an impact happen. Again, my only sort of question mark here is just how are they going to play out some of these team fights. I do feel the zone control survivability of the blue team seems to be a bit strong. Lane presence is also on the side of the blue team. Renekton and Syndra are going to have a slight push pressure advantage. On the bot side, however, I do see the Ash having some bit of an early game advantage as well. So Zinzao's pathing in the early game, where he goes, if he's able to get the right sort of picks happen, will determine a lot in this game. Let us know, guys, in chat, who do you think has a draft that might just be a little bit better towards the late game? If you think it's the Temple of Kings team or Altar of Kings, let us know, because I think this is going to play down to how well the teams play. This is my first time watching these teams play live. I've been a big fan of Temple of Kings. Remember, this is the roster that has represented India at the Asian Games in 2022. They are the team that have won the Central Asia part of the championship and have beaten every team there, only to sort of bow out against some of the better teams in the tournament. So I'm excited to see if they can continue their dominant run in the SA Cup 3 powered by SMG Esports. And we head into the loading screen. Tell me, Potato, are restarts and ping issues a thing anymore, or have we finally moved on from the LOL India days where a restart of a game was just like a very common thing?
In this part of the world, BC, we respect tradition. And the tradition continues. We always start the game with a pause, no matter what.
So the pauses are there, but I think finally, actually, oh, there we go. Pause. I think we should just remove the feature of pause and just let people play. At this
Just
point,
make it like solo queue.
like honestly, think about this way, right? Like everyone's internet has finally improved in life. We have fiber connectivity in most parts of the country anymore, right? Hopefully, PCs are also getting. People are upgrading their PCs, getting their infrastructure set up. But no, a pause is a pause is a pause. I think tradition is respected, guys. As we do have a pause coming out from one of the teams. Hopefully, this pause shan't be for long. But again, I'm very excited to see the League of Legends community in action. A big shout out to all the fans here, guys, who are watching. So I can see some really fun names: Jeevan, Sigamani, Sacred, Snehal. I see Faisal Mullah. I can't remember some of these names. I hope you guys are having fun. It's going to be very, very exciting finals. No matter which team you support, I'm just hoping we get some really fun and not some one-sided matches, right? And then that's what we want, right, Potato? We don't want a stomp, right? I would love to see like teams just going against each other and giving us like a fun match to watch.
Yep, definitely. That's what we all want. We gotta get to game 5. We gotta hear the silver scrapes, because that's what we all want. We want a close matchup. TOK so far has been pretty dominant in the scene. Is the entirety of the yesterday. I don't think they've dropped a single major tournament. So that's that. So like it would be super exciting to see AOK maybe go toe to door with them, and maybe even who knows, sneak a win, because they did lose just 2-1 in that last best of 3 series where they faced off. So it is quite possible.
Well, there we go. I think we're just waiting around for the matches to start. But again, we have to talk about this fiddlesticks. So again, a person who is known to play a lot of different champions in the support lane, loves playing things he particularly enjoys, and again, the fiddlestick support. Walk with me, Potato. What does a fiddlestick support do in the lane? What does he do in the team fights? Is that really a meta pick? Because I don't think I've seen a fiddlestick support being played professionally. Correct me if I'm wrong. But just tell me the role of what this fiddle is going to do in this team fight or in the game itself.
So this is definitely something that we in the business call a Subodip special. Because nobody else in the scene, in this scene or any other scene that I know of, is really playing fiddle support. I've run into fiddle supports maybe a couple of times in solo queue. The champion has some level of poke, is can be a bit annoying to kill if you don't have any CC to interrupt his grand suck. So that's that. But it is like, in terms of the bot lane, I do think it's going to be a bit hard for them to find advantages against this Senna Tam, because like what are they going to do? Fiddlestick ult, Ash ult, and then Tam just eats whoever got
No,
hit.
but that's a very good point you made. However, there's not a lot of things to interrupt the fiddlestick, so it's basically just going to be the Syndra stun and the Renekton stun. Because even the root, I don't think is going to take a lot of time, right? So again, guys, we are live with the match. We are seeing Panda make his way to the top lane, and hello, Virtuoso, big fan to you. So, and now we are hoping to see what will happen. Now the thing is, League of Legends PC. For the first 1.5 minutes, Potato, I don't think anything happens, so we can just continue talking. However, pathing is an important thing. It'll be fun to see where teams end up going, which sort of routes they end up taking. And you do see that Black Infinity was eyeing on the red buff of the Zinzao here, decides to just go back to his own red buff, I believe, to start right now. And Infinity has not bought any items. Very interestingly, I think he's forgotten to. I think he's just woken up today and decided to just win the game without an item. So let's see. It's called winning a tournament, difficulty level, no items. And it's off to a great start, Infinity, right here. We'll figure it out later. Like Infinity, like, arey yaar, I forgot my items. Never mind, it's okay. We'll stomp anyways.
Way to go, Infinity! I was hyping him up before the game.
Yeah, man, great hype, bro. What a player, doesn't even need items to win this game. Meanwhile, Lucranko and Angel's Lotus on the other side do get some poke onto the Ash right here, but here comes Suvo with his suck on the fiddlesticks, get some HP going, and this is going to be a level 1 fight. First auto attack, first blood. Suvo, the Suvo the special works out. They actually get a kill and they get one more, and this time it's the Ash who takes it. What a lovely start. Who said League of Legends is slow at the start of the game, guys? We got a double kill in the bot lane, and Alternate Kings are off to a great start.
I would like to point out, while that double kill was going down, Black Infinity got almost killed by his blue buff. And I suppose the no jungle item challenge is off the table. But yeah, really well played by the Altar of Kings bot lane, I was talking about how like a good standout performance from Sam will be really crucial to them winning this series. And
Yeah, you can see in the top lane as well. Nettin making full use of his rage bar and his level 2 advantage to get the push potential going. But again, man, what kind of a start was that? Like, people are just, look at the replay right here, right? Like, they're just underestimating this fiddlesticks in the early game. The fact that they could get so much poke right here, and I don't really think Senna is that strong level 1 to cause much of a damage effect. But I think regardless, I think Temple of Kings are gonna just try to slow down the pace of the game a little bit and just get back to their farming. But definitely a very interesting start right here coming out for Altar of Kings. This should help them get a momentum advantage at least. But on the middle, oh, you can see Catbot is just poking the hell out of that Ari right here, who's having a very difficult time farming in the tower. But as we expected, Potato, both the solo laners, the top and the mid, do have priority in the lanes. Should give some sort of an advantage to the laners themselves, so the jungler themselves, if he does want to invade or anything. But at this point, very exciting start for Ash. A little bit of hope. Let's see how this sort of culminates as we head into the first dragon as well.
Yep, and pretty much, yeah, like you said, Senna not really very strong at the early game. I think that's the most important thing to consider here. Ash is really good at level 1 with her passive, and W she basically has like 2 spells, a damage buff and a slow. Pretty hard to just run away. Fiddlesticks also pretty decent in the game. The main issue with Thompson is you want to get in a couple of levels and then fight post that.
Wow, you do see a gang coming out here. The bush is there. There is no flashes on the bot lane, mind you. Here comes Inzao. Kranko might have to be the sacrificial lamb. Ends up using his shield, but to no avail. Will end up dying. Another kill goes over to the Ash right here. So a great choice of gank honestly coming out by Ashley Crusher, because he knows that the bot lane does not have flash. They were pushing against them. They had the opportunity. He was just there in the right place at the right time. However, in the mid lane, you can see another fight happening. There is no flash onto the Ari right here, and I don't know what Infinity is doing. He was just standing there for a bit. And that felt like a gank that sort of goofed up. Potato, do correct me if I'm wrong, but it did feel like that should have been a kill on the side of Temple of Kings, but it was not. And then Ari just sort of runs away.
Yeah, good gank attempt in the mid lane. They did manage to blow the flash, but looks like there's some more action here in the bot lane.
Krankos is like, I don't care. Krankos just wants the kill onto the Ash. He is trying to go for it. There they go. And solo kill. Are we going to see one more thing? Whiplash, tongue lash is what he needs. He's trying to get it. Oh, the stun lands. Beautiful shutdown right here. Angel's Lotus trying to run away on the Senna right here. And again, finally, we see the 2v2 prowess coming out. They are not done. This fiddle is going to be fish meat at this point, and they will die. But here comes Inzao, gets another kill for himself. It's going to be 2 for 1, but not before Tam picks up a couple of kills for himself, gets the bot lane. The fat battle is happening, but look at how strong Tam Kench is. He can actually win this. And Kranko, oh my lord, that was so scary. Xin Zhao to run away, but Kranko does not care. He wants to gobble this champion up. Xin Zhao can get just eaten up. One more tongue lash is what he needs. Can he get it? Yes, he can. Gets himself 3 kills. Is looking to run away. Does have his shield up as well. Kranko, can he survive? He can. His shields are on cooldown, but there we have it. Really well played. Kranko showing why he's an Asian Game representative. So he ends up getting 3 kills playing Tam Catch. It's hilarious, but super well played.
Yeah, Senna Tom is just extremely obnoxious to deal with, and we just saw why. And this is one of the risks of running an immobile ADC like Ash. Like, when that Tom is going to dive
Oh,
down.
in the mid lane, however, we are seeing Syndra getting caught off. Ryder does not have his favor flash. He's not in dash range of the Xin Zhao yet. Xin Zhao is trying his level best to get there. They're trying. The Syndra ult does land on the Ari and will get a kill back. So Catbot honestly played that pretty well, considering he was in the 1v3 right here. So great on him to sort of get that kill going for himself. Meanwhile, the bot lane, it does feel... Let's have a quick look at the gold graph if we can, because we've seen a lot of kills happen in the bot lane. We're not sure how much that has changed the player gold himself, but you can see right now the support, or rather not the support of the game, is at the highest gold. Now on the other side, there's a fight happening with the Senna and the Ash as well. The Ash is just whittling Angel's Lotus down right here. Again, a great pickup coming yet again. We've seen a total of 6 kills in this game, and I think what, five of them have come from the bot lane themselves. So a really interesting sort of fight coming out. And again, man, I think they get the kill back. So Tam does get the fiddlesticks. The Herald ends up going out to the Xin Zhao. Oh my lord, this is a lot of fights for a League of Legends game. Like, it's not even been 7 minutes and we are at 11 kills. We are more than 1.7 kills a minute. This is basically the South Asia League of Legends meta, guys. Who says League of Legends is slow? There are kills happening left, right, and center right here. But again, it's hard to say who's in the lead because it's a 600 gold lead Potato for Altar of Kings. But it feels as if the game is just going in very different states. The Tamkins is going to become a supreme, like a tanky beast at this point. So I don't know what's happening in this game so far.
Yeah, the Tomcage is super duper fed. He has 36 CS. It's a fasting Senna, so he's going to be able to pick up all of that CS. And Sam does end up getting a return kill on Angel Lotus. So a bit of a mistake by Angel Lotus. Does not respect the fact that he doesn't have the flash. Was happily pushing up without the Tomcage's assistance and gets run down by the Ashe. Pretty much classic Ashe rundown from her turret.
Yeah, you can see the.
Down.
Yep, and I think the top lane is going pretty much even Stevens as expected of players of that caliber at this point. Jungle as well, I think Infinity seems to be happy to just farm up on that Belvet. The Belvet does end up becoming a scaling monster in the late game as well. So at this point, to start without an item and to still stay relevant to get his level 6 at this point, not a bad thing. I think Infinity has so much, does restored back some of his early game deficit. Having said that, there are two kills on the side of Xin Zhao and he is looking very strong himself. I think at this point in the early game skirmishes, Potato, who do you think has an advantage?
Right now, it's looking like the Tom has a lead, so he's already at about 2k HP. So, like, trying to make something in this happen in this bot lane is pretty difficult because Ashe is not like a super high DPS champion in the early game, and we do see TOK kind of using that to their advantage. They have Private in the bot lane and they're going
here comes Syndra though. Beautiful bush camp right here. Ends up using the ultimate. Surviving through just a single HP right here. Was a great attempt, honestly. Just a little bit more damage to Syndra and that could have been a solo kill right here. Having said that though, they do get the Dragon Potato and I think now they're rotating towards the bot lane. We might see a dive happening. There is the Belvet. Having said that, decided not to because Zinza's also there is going to approach them as well. A nice route coming out from Aegis Lotus, but I think they will sort of not overstep their boundaries at this point, right? Again, guys, this is a finals of the South Asia Cup presented by SMG Esports right here. I hope you guys are having a fun time. This is all nostalgic vibes. I can see in the chat as well. Old teams, old guards back on the top side. However, Pan is trying to go all in as well. His stun is not up, or it is sort of, but at this point he will take a back. I think in the second spell rotation he should have the damage to kill the Gragas. Should he choose to decide not to at this point, but I think pushing potential goes back to the Renekton right here. There could be a dive happening top lane. We can see the ultimate gets used. No, doesn't another on the side of Gragas, and I think he's just going to proxy the wave and get back. Meanwhile, on the bot side, just the push potential right now. The Ashe and Senna Potato are actually pushing lane quite hard, so it's really fun to see that lane happen. And again, you can see the combos did sort of land, and the ultimate gets used. The auto attack from the tower does land, and I think Gragas is going to look to get the kill, and there we have it, a solo kill coming out right here. Well played by Dead Corporal, just having that solo kill for himself. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, sorry to interrupt, another Xin Zhao gang. This Xin Zhao is literally staying and camping the bot lane, gets the shutdown on the Tomkinch. However, it is the Fiddle who gets it, actually not the Zen or the Ashe. Would have been great if it fell on either of them. Now remember that Ashe does not have, Ari does not have an ultimate, and the stun lands, just the tip of the stun ended up landing on the Ari, so they get a kill back as well. There are fights happening literally everywhere across the map. We saw a solo kill in the top lane by Dead Corporal. We saw a gank by the Zinza where we killed the Tamkench, and then we saw a gank in the middle by Black Infinity. Guys, this is the finals to watch. There are fights happening left, right, and center. And as we said, this goes in for another gang, and this time Infinity could be in trouble right here. But on the other side, it's a beautiful flank coming out from the center, and they can get a double kill on the jungler. Black Infinity has been activated. Ari's charm has been missed at this point. It's gonna be a 2-1 at the end of the day. So Temple of Kings slowly but steadily restraining and getting their power back in the game. 2 kills do go over to Infinity, who should be a happy camper now. He has 3 kills in the game, has sort of come up with a goal lead, bounty for himself as well. And again, so many fights. Potato, what am I to make of this game?
I have no idea what is going on. There's just action everywhere. Both these teams are playing this so aggressively. The solo kill in the top lane, the skirmish in the bot lane. They do manage to get the gold bounty on the Tomkins there, which is absolutely huge for them. Does go over to the Fiddlesticks, yes, but well, the Fiddlesticks seems to be going for a Zeke's conversion. Honestly, I have no idea what this Fiddlesticks is.
Yeah, and again, the fight happens. Panda is trying to sort of get into the fight here as well. Should be looking for a bait. I think will be running away at this point. Had to use his ultimate just to make sure he had some power damage. At this point, you can see Black Infinity, you know, is more than caught up in the game. He is happily camping the second rift header of the game, so to speak. And I think also have to give kudos to K right here in the Temple of Kings. I have to say, people who've played the best, I think, in terms of consistency, huge props to Catbot Rider. Great roams on the Syndra, great pick potential. Oh, my Renekton could be in trouble, but here comes Tom Kench as well. Remember, there's no ultimate on the Renekton, but here comes Black Infinity as well. All they need to do is slow, but again, this time, they do end up surviving. The dash from the Zinza to the minions make sure he does not see his demise. Right, a great rotation coming out from actually this thing. And again, this time, however, the Syndra throws all of her balls on the Ari and gets herself a solo kill. So you are seeing a bit of a mid gap, if I'm very honest with you. Never mind, the top lane skirmish continues. That Corporal has to flash on the other side of the map, not the place you want to sort of run, but Infinity and Tom Kench are going to take happy campers, and they will get the huge shutdown onto the Velvet, who is now scaling up to be beast, but because the Tom Kench roamed, gives a potential to the bot lane to get it, and the Ashe ultimate does barely miss at this point, and it's actually pretty crucial because now there is a time for them to survive. Senna is eating the Fiddle ultimate to the T, the stun from Fiddle to get to the from the Nectar, and the teleport is here. Can he survive? His dash is not going to be up for a few more seconds. The slows from Ashe will land, the fear will land, and well, King is not going to be able to pick this up. The teleport was there to sort of survive, to make sure the Ashe doesn't die. Unfortunately, it does not help them out much. Yes, they don't prevent the tower from being taken, but Suo does survive on that Fiddlesticks. Those slows, man, quite annoying. But again, I do feel as if Temple of Kings are getting a slow hand back in the game, Potato.
Yeah, they are. They have clawed their way back in. They are kind of in the driver's seat. They have a whopping 100 gold lead now. Down from turning things around from where they were 600 gold behind. We had that amazing gank in the top lane where they were able to get the Gragas, kind of turn things around, because getting kills on Gragas, I feel, is always huge, because that champion's main strength is that he is so slippery.
I mean, I do not see the usage of that ultimate from the Gragas right here. It did absolutely nothing to Tom Kench. You're seeing a 5-5 skirmish happen, and his ultimate has being used. He's going deep into get into the Ari as well. The shutdown, however, happens. Black Infinity is dead. The rotation from Syndra was late, but Syndra is here. Be it a bit too late, and flash from the Ashe to get on the Syndra. He wants that champion. He gets the champion. I think he will survive. No, he does not. Double kill. A brilliant performance coming here from Sam right in the ADC lane. And again, it's going to be a 4-for-1. A huge team fight victory from Altar of Kings right here. Senna's the lone survivor. She's trying to do what she can. Zinza jumps on her, but he has to run away at this point. He goes in again, and this time he will get the fruits of his labor, because now they have almost aced, and Temple of Kings are struggling right now. This was the first 5v5 we had, and it completely went in favor, partly because of the late rotation from Syndra. The Ari was there, the champions went in, but you can see right here, right, they went on the Tom Kench, they sort of went all in, but look at this point, Black Infinity gets focused very hard right here. The Syndra, the charm ends up landing as well, and they just completely annihilate one of the primary carries of the blue side, and then they just sort of clean up after that as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, you're seeing Dead Corporal. I think he should be fine right here. Spend some time taunting the Tom Kench before he looks to run away right here. Tom Kench also having a lot of fun. But again, guys, this, like, we were talking about having a cracker of a finals. We wanted it to not be a stompy game, and just look at what we got right here, right? We are in for a very exciting match. Altar of Kings should look to push the tempo further, Potato, right? Because they have a 2,500 goal lead. I think this is where they have the opportunity to take more fights, because they don't want this game to go late, right? Because that's when Temple of Kings, with their experience and macro, should be able to edge them out, right? Like, what do you feel is the win condition for Altar of Kings right now?
Yeah, Altar of Kings need to get a really solid mid game in. They have that Ari, they have the Ashe and the Zinja, so they don't really want this to go into the super late game. Never mind the macro expertise of Temple of Kings. We have the Syndra, we have the... Never mind that, a fight is breaking out.
Yeah, Kranko is tanky, but when 4 people jump on you, you aren't tanky enough. They're gonna use this advantage to push in the mid lane. Again, Altar of Kings seem more of a cohesive unit. You are seeing the individual talent from Temple of Kings shine in those moments, but when you look at Pure Play playing as a 5-man team, right, you are seeing Altar of Kings definitely making a mark on themselves. And again, the Rift Herald, they will use it to get the mid lane inner tower, which is a great opening of the map. This is a huge blow right here from Temple of Kings. Now their life is actually difficult. They're finding themselves to be a 4,000 gold deficit. This is the kind of deficit, guys, where good teams can win matches from, right? This is enough for them to scale. Now let's see if they can keep the pressure on. They steal the blue buff, they steal the inner tower. They are taking everything on the map from Temple of Kings, and Temple of Kings are struggling. Look at the goal lead as well. While Syndra is doing great for herself, you are seeing the Dead Corporal, even Suvo for that matter, is caught up, and Ash has just played phenomenally well in the early game, just going after the right targets, focusing on the right champions. And I think this is where, Altar of Kings should be proud of themselves. We talk about how Temple of Kings are favorites. We saw how much the votes were on the YouTube chat as well, but it's actually Altar of Kings right now who are making well on their draft and playing better as a team as well. So I'm quite excited to see how this ends up panning out for themselves. I think I do still feel that this Syndra couldn't do a lot of damage. You can see right here, 1 stun and 1 double from Syndra ends up taking more than half HP. Ash, however, Ari does go in and gets a charm, and this should be good because again you are seeing the flash coming in. Syndra could be in trouble. Belvet does rotate right time, and another great stun landing right here. They end up using the Syndra flash, so K does end up being a little bit of a deficit. Again, the Zinza ult gets used, the rotation from Ash is here as well, and I think now they should look to back off right here. Good call from Temple of Kings should not take that skirmish further because there were more numbers on the side of Altar of Kings. Again, great rotation coming out. Kranko could be in trouble yet again. Here comes the Fiddle ultimate, and he's trying to dominate, but I think his jump got eliminated. He is going to look to flash right here. He does, however, Fiddle is there and he has to blow flashes. So Potato, in a matter of a minute, 2 crucial flashes, both on the support and from the mid lane, have been blown on the side of Temple of Kings.
Yeah, and this is huge for Altar of Kings because they are playing that big composition, right? So those flashes being down gives them more targets to kind of go for in these around these mid-game skirmishes and objectives. And with all that's happening, like something that has to be pointed out here is the bot lane of Temple of Kings is really falling out. We did talk about how that Senna is that scaling pick with the Tom Kench, but there's like out of the 16 kills that Altar of Kings has, 10 of those are from the bot lane.
Absolutely, there's been a lot of solo deaths as well. The Syndra has not taken any kills herself. Now here, the fight happens and they just throw everything onto the Fiddlesticks. They want to get that kill. A great flash on the Fiddle does survive at this point, and then they get the kill onto the Syndra. Again, it's not the cleanest fight coming out from Temple of Kings, and again Angel's Lotus dies. Black Infinity and the Nectar try to do what they can at this point. They want to get a kill. Great flash again. Oh my lord, Altar of Kings are going so well with their in and outs. Perfect amount of tanking, kiting away, flashing, and this is what I mean, right, Potato? When you have more flashes than the enemy in a team fight, you can use those escape tools to run away. And try as Temple of Kings might to get those kills, it was just not enough. They went in very hard to get onto the Fiddlesticks. The Fiddlesticks just flashed away, and then they sort of just lost the plot from that point onwards. And another clean fight. Altar of Kings make no difference right now. They have completely dominated this game. The early game was a game of skirmishes with Altar of Kings getting a little bit ahead, but now in the last couple of team fights, it is clearly their dominance in this team fight, their usage of flashes, their in and out was just too clean at this point. The right amount of tanking, the right amount of kiting was done, and I think this is the point where I would say confidently that Altar of Kings should probably have the game in their bag. It will take a throw of insurmountable levels which can happen in Indian LoL scene as though, but I think this definitely does give them an advantage. They are very ahead in gold as well. Let's have a quick look at the goal lead at this point just to make sure to see how far we are ahead. But again, like 9.1, 8.7, right? The only carry that they have is K on the Syndra, who's sort of matching them. But again, even Infinity at this point is trailing behind. There's a 1.6k gold difference in the junglers. The Rectin himself is very behind in gold. He's actually the second lowest in gold. And Angel's Lotus, the Senna late game carry, is even further away. You have the Ari here as well. The stun does land on the Syndra. The ultimate gets blown. They get a kill. The shutdown ends up going, but there's more people on the side of Altar of Kings, and try as K might, he's doing his level best to kite the fight, but the fight is not something he can win. He's trying to do something. The objective bounty on the other side, however, does get claimed with the fact that the kill sort of happens. And what Temple of Kings are doing in return, yes, they're dying on the map, but at least they're trying to get towers. This is potentially a Baron play right here, because the jungler and the mid laner are dead. It doesn't matter if you get a couple of towers. If you secure Baron right here, Potato, this is looking like it could be towards the end of the game for them. And now you do have the Tam Ken trying to do what he can, and tries he might, he does tank a lot of damage, does not matter at this point, and they want to keep chasing instead of doing Baron. I feel this is where I think they have gone wrong. Why are they chasing so hard? They didn't have to. They could have just literally gone back. The shutdown ends up going over. The jungle ends up dying. This is actually a comeback. Oh my lord. Just when things were going well, Altar of Kings, in their effort to get more kills, are actually losing the plot. They get a couple of big shutdowns thrown against them. And this is still a 3-for-2, you could say numerically it's an advantage, but not when you're 8,000 gold ahead. You're chasing after a 0-6 Senna only to then die and then give shutdowns away. I think this is a sort of a bad mistake coming out. I don't know how much this will affect the gameplay, but this could have been a clean Baron towards the end of the game. I feel Altar of Kings sort of lost the plot here.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. Big blunder by AOK there. Not only did they choose to chase the 0-6 Senna for some reason, it's always great to, get more follow-up kills, and then if you have those follow-up kills, you can just turn your attention back to the Baron. But it seemed that they were not really on the same page, because there were multiple, like most of the members of AOK were still sitting on their Baron, hitting the Baron, and then we just had the Xinjiao just solo going into two people trying to get a kill.
Yeah, but this time again, though, K gets caught, has to use his stun, he will survive. Again, I just well played there, but these flashes being blown are very, very bad, because when the next fight comes, Syndra has to be even more careful to not get caught off right here. Now he does survive here, but again he's flashless. He's honestly one of the primary carries in the game, right? So he has to make sure that he is going to be sort of just alive and kicking in this game as well. And again, Renekton, he's trying to catch up here, is not going to be offering a lot at this point, but maybe some stuns and tankability at this point. You're looking at primary Black Infinity and K or Catbot at this point on the Syndra to sort of cause some really wreck sort of havoc at this point. And I feel they're waiting for throws at this point. I mean, it was so well played by the Xinjiao. That call to chase the Senna was not required. I think it was fine till you had to go for the Tam Kench, but they had plenty of time to then go after the Baron, but it chose not to, right? And guys, this is a point where we have to talk about Altar of Kings, 47,000 to 43,000 gold. This is going to be a very exciting matchup as we head into what I call the mid to late game. We are 25 minutes in the game as well. They are looking for picks right here. Senna has had a horrible game right now. 0-7-6, not a single kill, barely completed an item versus an Ashe who's at 2.5 right now. This is not looking good for the bot lane. Tam Kench himself does have the Heartsteel, does have the HPs to tank, but there's no point in tanking if there is no damage that can be given out by Temple of Kings. This is going to be a hard sort of a match. He's channeling his jump. He does survive the RE. He's here as well with the ultimate. Does manage to dodge the charm using the flash right here. Pivotal save, I would say, because if a kill had gathered here, it would definitely mean a Baron rush would have come. On the other side, Angel's Lotus again. Look at the amount of HP he's eating up right. Oh, the stun comes from Syndra. Beautiful damage, but is he here? Will he survive? There is no RE ult, mind you, and they are getting the kills again. Picks after picks are only enabled through the Syndra E right here. Here comes Renekton, lands the stun onto the Xinjiao. Xinjiao's in trouble. Black Infinity goes. There's a little bit late to the roam is the Gragas, but the Gragas comes with a lot of damage himself, and I think at this point it does not matter. The pick was made, and through that pick, Temple of Kings somehow find their way to get themselves 3 kills, get themselves another. Tam Kench gets a double kill. They have lost their jungler, but not the plot, and this is what it takes. It takes one atrocious mistake or one really very well skilled shot, scatter the weak thrown in by the Syndra right here, allows them to get the pick they wanted, to kill off the Xinjiao, get a 4-for-1. And now they have Baron on their hands, and this is a Baron when you're losing, and with the bounty gold that they get, they are currently just 1,000 gold behind. They have caught up from a 7,000 goal deficit to a 0 goal deficit nearly at this point. And again, you'd wonder just what went wrong. Couple of things Altar of Kings could have done differently in this game. Had they done so, they would have been able to actually get the balance results. And Potato, just your thoughts on this sort of catch by Temple of Kings right here and getting the balance themselves.
I think this kind of just barrels down to a lack of experience or slash understanding by AOK. They had the opportunity to probably just end this game straight up. They could have gone for the Baron, like you said. They could have just taken the Baron. They would have been at about 11 to 12k gold lead at that point with the Baron power play, and that's really not a gold lead you can realistically play into unless like you heavily outscale the enemy comp. It's just not possible. It just isn't happening. On the other hand, they just decide to go for chase for some random kills on a 0-7-0-6 Senna. Like, what's even the point? Even if you get the Senna, you're going to get what, 160 gold. It's not even worth the time at that point. But Ash just chooses to go after the Senna. They're just,
I mean,
and then
like
there's just a series of fails after that, and then it's just like the dominoes begin tumbling, and now they go after that. They immediately, kind of try to group around this mid lane, but like I said before, this is a pick composition. They have the Gragas for disengage and the Ash, the Zinja, and the Ahri to enable those picks, and the Fiddlesticks kind of, I guess he just jumps in for the one shot and disruption. It's a pick comp, and when you just assemble around that mid lane and try to just fight 5 versus 5, it really isn't that great for them, because it's just going to be a matter of when does that Syndra just get a stun onto a priority target, and then after that you just get rolled, because that's just how it is. You're playing a pick composition, but you're trying to look for a 5v5 team fight in the mid lane.
Yep, and I mean, I have to give a lot of credit again. I might have given enough, but I want to give more to Catbot. I think almost all of the team fights that TOK have won has been through a scatter the week landing at the right champion on the right time. Now here comes an ultimate from the Fiddlesticks. Here we go. The pick comp, like I said, is in action again. Scatter the week does make the Fiddle run away. It's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. But having said that, the shutdown does go over, so it's actually going to be very good for the Ash to get that shutdown. When you're pushing a Baron and you sort of have a 1-for-1, it does slow down the tempo of the game. So finally, the pick composition does end up working out. But you have the Renekton here as well. I think he is looking to just get the tower as well. The charm does eventually end up blanking, but they just end up ignoring this. They will look to dash away. Here comes Ahri with her ultimate. The third dash, and the charm is still left. Let's see if she can land this. She's going to look for it. No, does not land. And meanwhile, in the mid lane as well, they're able to push on the tower. So great sort of gold coming back in favor. Now is the time, and Temple of Kings are finally in a spot where they're ahead of the game. Here comes the Sinzao as well. The Scatter of the Week has not been employed. Now it is great usage of that Scatter of the Week. And here comes the Angel's Lotus is flashing on the champions. The shutdown ends up going here. I don't know if it's a great fight for them, but the Senna is returning some damage as well. But this is a 2-for-4. They're caught in a bad spot. A great Scatter of the Week yet again. The Syndra is trying to survive the best as she can. And I think now is when they need to run away. Here comes the Ash ultimate, does not land. Here comes the Fiddlesticks. Watch it slow. Suvo is eyeing that. There is a Scatter of Week used yet again. There is a Tamkench. Just keep an eye on the Tamkench. He's coming. He's trying to be there. He will survive. But again, a good fight coming out for Altar of Kings. They're able to get some picks. There was a random flash on the blue side by the Senna, which didn't make sense to me, but eventually what happens right there, he just flashes into the team to get some better positioning. He keeps the distance away from Syndra, I think, which is good, because Syndra is able to dish out a lot of damage. You can see up behind the blue buff, she's literally doing almost half or more of the team's damage right here, right? And again, if Potato, if they're able to get a pick on the Syndra, it's an automatic GG, right? Like literally at this point, Infinity is providing a lot of damage themselves, but the Syndra is the reason where they're able to sort of win out these team fights. And I think if they get a pick off there, the game's over, right? So Suvo needs to eye out, Ahri needs to eye out the Syndra right here for them to sort of get a chance to win this game.
Yeah, and the Syndra is going to be, it's going to be super important to kind of get on top of that Syndra and take her down. She's the primary carry for TOK right now. We also have the Senna, but the Senna honestly has been kind of relegated to a second support, so TOK is just running with 2 supports. She's gone for the shield support item instead of going for that blood song and the extra damage. So Angel is pretty much just providing utility. He did grab a kill, so his bounty has been reset. With looking at 8 deaths on that Senna right now, just not ideal, but like, yeah, getting the pick on the Syndra is what is going to enable Altar of Kings to kind of win these team fights. On the other hand, most of the gold on Altar of Kings, at least a large portion of this, it is on T-Berry right now, and being the immobile champion that he is on that Ash, it is fairly difficult for him to avoid, the long range damage coming in from the Syndra, the Senna. Well, the Senna is not really a threat at the moment, but still, just the
Yeah, that's
slows
true.
can be pretty annoying.
It can be. I mean, we also have to give a lot of credit to Ash right here. T-Berry honestly has had a fantastic Ash game as well. 23 out of 31 kill participation, the highest in his team by far. And I think he's been the primary sort of damage dealer. It's very not that noticeable in team fights, but it's him bringing off the damage as well, right? So as long as he is getting scaled up as well, there's always a chance on the side of AOK to sort of just get the right picks and win. Now, like you said, they have pick comps. They have the Ash Ultimate, they have the Fiddlesticks pick, they have the RE, but there's Edge of Night on the Senna, and there are certain defensive items that you can get, but the Syndra has gone for all of damage. 4 completed items. This person is going to simply die. On the other side, though, Dead Corporal is getting a free inhibitor turret. No contest. The Ash gets completely annihilated through a single stun from the Syndra, and we talked about this. 4 items. We just spoke about both the carries. There is no Sonya build. There's no sort of nothing protection is there apart from the width at this point, and the kill happens. Yes, they lose the tower, but can they steal the Baron? Put it. This is the time the Fiddlesticks ult into the Zinzao ultimate. Can the steal happen? Infinity versus Zinzao. Infinity gets the Baron for himself, and this is utter chaos. On the other side, the Baron does not matter because they've lost the turret, they've lost the Nexus turret as well, and I think they should survive right here, but they get the Baron at the cost of their inhibitor. But at this point, the RE will also die. It's actually a 5 or 4 for O, and there is not a lot of objectives on the map, but what a sort of a rotation coming out here. That call plus like, what guys, I don't give a crap about what you guys are doing. I'm going to get the inhibitor as well, and they just choose to do that, and they try to do a 50-50 in the middle. I think this might just be a bad thing because they might just lose the mid lane tower as well.
Yeah, it looks pretty likely that this inhibitor is going to go down. Like there are 2 members still down from Altar of Kings, so the inhibitor does end up going down in the end, and they do get the inhibitor in the bottom lane, but it doesn't really matter when the enemy team has Baron, right? So they could, in fact, if they want this, they could just sit in their base and just collect the CS, and you just keep losing minions because of the super minions. They have like TOK has so many options right now. They're going to outscale the AOK comp anyway. They have already outscaled the comp in fact, and a big thing here is that a lot of the gold on TOK has been focused onto the Syndra. Syndra is a carry champion. You want gold on that Syndra, and that Syndra right now is full build, and she deals a ton of damage. Ashe, on the other hand, is mostly a utility champion. Like, sure, she can deal good damage, but the reason why you pick an Ashe is primarily for the utility, and most of the gold has been concentrated into this Ashe and Gragas, and that's honestly kind of one of the weaknesses of the AOK comp. You could say that they don't really have a solid, reliable damage source on their team.
This is very, very unfortunate for AOK, right? Like, we were rooting for them to win the tournament. Not the tournament, this match, right? They had a 7,000 goal lead. Things were going great. They were winning team fights in the mid game, right? They got 2 aces, almost 2 aces, right? And now, through picks that are changing the game, right? We talk about how AOT has a pick comp. This literal Syndra is like a one-man pick comp of herself. All she needs is to land 1 scat of the week on the right target and get the pick, because if she lands 1 CC, that's it. Full combo, you're done. So, very, very great gameplay coming out from K, right? I think solo handle is keeping the game alive. And at this point, you're so right, Potato. They're all scaled up. They're completely scaled up right now, right? They can just use the potential, the Baron that they have, the damage that they have to get the next inhibitor tower, which they're just going after, and they will get it, right? So it doesn't matter, like you said, that they got the bot lane inhibitor when their own inhibitor is sort of like dying at this point as well. And again, potential, a lot of damage, this potential soul also coming up right here for Temple of Kings. Getting the Cloud Soul will just give them a lot more mobility as well. So I'm quite excited personally to see if HOK, so not HOK, AOK does one last Hail Mary potato, I think that's the only way they have a win. Like they just need to go all ham on get 1%. Look at this again, Syndra, half HP, scatter the weak and 1 W, and that's it. Like half HP on one of your tankiest members, that's your Xin Zhao, right? This is the power of Syndra who's completed 4.5 items, 2 inhibitors are down, Temple of Kings, man. Like this game shows that you can still do well in lane, you can still do well in skirmishes, but like we said at the start of the game, if you don't have the macro needed or the sense needed to win to mid the late game, this team will find ways to come back, and they have. And this is through either sheer individual skill, like in this case Syndra making the picks to get to the Ashe, but also in general knowing how to rotate across the map well, right? So I'm very curious because this game, guys, has set up the entire BO5 for us, right? We definitely know that potential wise AOK can definitely match toe to toe and even beat them in the early game. Now just a matter of can they keep this thing up. Zenithan ends up getting stunned and getting charmed. The pick does happen. He does have his ultimate however and he will survive. Wow, very tanky Zenithan right here. Actually gets a kill onto the fiddle as well, and again now it's too late. You're skirmishing, you're trying to get a pick happen, it's on the target that is not your primary target. You need to get a pick on the Belvet or the Syndra. The Syndra does die eventually, but not before 4 members of Altar of Kings die in the process as well. Yes, you get the juicy shutdown of the Syndra, but you also end up losing 4 people, and this could be a potential push potato. Am I seeing the end of the game because it's a 4-for-1?
This pretty much looks like the end. It will require an absolutely insane outplay by DC to surround this. And for me, this game kind of ended a while ago because if you look at what the Ashe is building, Sam is right now the primary carry for AOK, and he has opted to go for like 2.5 defensive items. So like we saw that the charm connection to Retin, but there's just not enough damage to kill him.
Instead of building 2.5 items, you'll just build a Zonia and just survive through the Central Altar. That's all that's needed. Now here again, the game is not over, guys. Remember, we are talking about the game being over, but it's not, or is it? Black Infinity and Tom Kench, can they get the double of kills? They're trying, the auto attacks are landing. Oh my god, this is not over yet. Renekton double dashes, uses ultimate, is not enough as well. Oh my god, they do not end the game and they lose for themselves. We talk about how Altar of Kings were throwing the game, but Temple of Kings were like brothers in arms. We will too, and then they use their entire might to go after the Nexus. They failed to get it, and now with 4 dead on the other side, it is up to Syndra to survive, to save the team. Can they do it? Oh my lord, this game is the biggest roller coaster we have seen in League of Legends history at this point, but they're not choosing to end. I think they could have, they don't have enough of a time, and never mind, they should be fine.
Yeah, they don't have enough time to end just yet. And that
but why
random...
don't they go for Baron? Why don't they go for Baron Potato? Because they are not, they're trying to give away the soul, I'm guessing, and then they'll go after Baron, but by that point, everyone will be alive. Like, they could have sent one person to get the Dragon, 4 them could have done Baron at this point, right? Like, they're trying to do Baron, I think they'll still get it, I'm not sure. Having said that though, you know, like, oh my lord, this game, what a game. Like, my first cast back in League of Legends PC, and I get, you know, like, get games like these which are absolutely fun to cast. And again, guys, let us know in chat who you think is going to win right here, because the Baron is still there. It's 3 dragons apiece. Soul is in nobody's hands at this point. They land that ultimate onto the Gragas, sorry, the Fiddle does survive. Oh, they get the kill. The pick on the Syndra has been achieved. This is the kill that we're talking about. They need to get the Syndra. They get the Syndra. The Syndra does not kill the Fiddlesticks at this point. They can still survive. All the blue team has to do at this point is not die. They can get a pick back. Shutdown comes. Here comes Renekton the flash as well. Oh my god, they get a damage going. Here comes Fiddlesticks. It doesn't matter. The Senna has killed. The Renekton is tanky. The Senna gets a Crack goes chasing. He gets the lick. He gets the slow at this point. Another kill. Quadra for the Senna. Angels Lotus makes a comeback at this point, and Temple of Kings, through an entirety series of events that I could only call as a clown fiesta, finally Potato are looking to end the game.
Yeah, we saw the last like 3 minutes were an absolute fiesta where Temple of Kings just like to hell with everything. Unga boonga, go next. And they end up all dying. I think AOK could have probably delayed the game a bit more. Panicking, and someone who is probably screaming, end the game, end the game.
Well,
Somebody's screaming, we can't end, let's do that.
honestly, it's 33 to 38 kills, right? You have 71 kills in a 40-minute game. That's almost 2 kills a minute, right? If you're not entertained, please tell us, because I think this was one of the most fun matches of League of Legends I've seen in a really long time. And there you have it, right? Supremely well played. Not really, but like it's very well played by both the teams. A lot of throws coming in as well. I'm not. I'm just trying to be honest here. It's like a game of throws at this point. But I think Temple of Kings somehow do find their way on top. But if this game, Potato, is a testament that AOK can definitely match them, even beat them if just get some of the mid to late game shot calling correct. But again, we have to give props right here. I feel like Syndra really kept them in the game, and I do feel like, if it was not for the center getting those picks onto the Ash, getting those one shots that were required, I think TOK were looking in a lot of trouble right here. And on the side of AOK, huge props to their bot lane. I feel as if the Fiddle also had a great role to play. Jinzao had a great amount of picks, barring for that one time he didn't go for the Baron. But I feel like, both teams are showing potentials to really draft each other. And like, I think this is going to be an excellent BO5, guys. Like, just stay tuned, guys, because if this was exciting, remember, we could potentially have 4 more games like this, right? And I think this is where the excitement has just started, right? Potato, I think, do we have some post game stats to go for or to see or something like that, or are we just gonna go for the next game?
I don't know, think we have post games, but we can definitely talk about the game itself. Or I think the big issue here was that the game got extended way beyond what it needed to be for AOK with that throw, and their comp really shines in the up to the mid game, right, where they can still make those picks. And later on the game, we just saw that the comp just lacked damage. They were able to get the pick on the Syndra, but after the initial like burst of damage, there was really no follow up. Like, the Ash does some damage, but like, we had a Trinity Force on the Ash,
Yeah, the Ash
Hexbringer.
went a
It's mostly
little.
just mostly just kiting
He
power
was.
and
Yeah, I
just
agree.
some damage.
And some survivability, right? But this is where we are, guys. You guys are watching the SA Cup Season 3, brought to you by SMG Esports. This is the community that is going to bring you all the League of Legends action. Please make sure you guys like the video. It's very important to sort of spread the word here from the community. You guys are having fun. Please make sure you subscribe if you haven't. You've just crossed 500 subscribers. I think it's a great achievement. I feel this is a start of a great community, sort of activity yet again. We're trying to bring the LoL scene back, and I think through SMG you are definitely able to make it happen, right? So game 2, guys, will be starting in just a jiffy as well. So don't go anywhere. I think we're gonna have a half an hour break, and then I think we'll start game 2. So we'll take a small break for Ramadan, and then post that we'll be back with game 2. But just make sure you guys keep the streams going. We will be back very shortly. Potato, I think we are in for a very exciting series. I think this finale will be completely worth it to watch, and we are very happy to bring that casting to you as well.
do right now. Don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
over the edge. Feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit. I'm here and I'm fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear I've weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
So
now
far,
they're trying to go on to the Akali. Akali is going for the win. Aatrox goes.
Oh, come on. There's the vibe.
Goes
And
and
flashes in.
King, I think he is looking for a tower dive here, and looks like Back in
now
Ready is
my
coming
bad.
in for a gank right now. Victor cannot do anything about it, but
Can't do
oh my
anything about it.
god.
It's everywhere. And they even have K back in line. That's waiting.
Like I
Black
said,
Infinity.
oh shit.
Oh my god, Black Infinity just lands that. And K just walks around. Vines picks the Vine, picks the RQ there even with the Magnificent Vine. Oh my god, and Inside here trying his best. I think he can always go through from the back. And okay, he does let her get a glimpse of honor. Senna Altia trying his best to get a kill. He has shouts Timber and his
And
Night Guy might have just fumbled the
but
bag
never
here.
mind, Insect is going to have to probably run lots of damage onto the Lulu.
Ooh.
Is taken down. Lulu Alport coming down behind them. Q connects immediately. Charan Reddy is down to half health. Does get the shields. Does get another shield. Alts in. Lord Charan Reddy is taken down. Full connects onto the guys. Please, I need a bonus. Oh my god, Khan exhaust onto Khan. Knockup connects. Interrupts the jump. Is
What? I'll take first grab, go contest dragon. Holy shit, look at that tower dive, by the way.
It's not Brazil.
Oh shit, looks like Wukong is in between 4 people right now. Oh my god, Kaza Abholder inside his own death realm. And looks like 1v1 day is going on. Oh shit.
Oh wait, she did end again here. Diana gets the entry into the pit, gets a reset, Viego gets a reset. Do they actually end the game here? Smolder is nowhere to be seen. Smolder comes in here, trying to save the day. Does he get the kill though?
now they're trying to go on to the Akali. Akali is going for the win. Aatrox goes and takes down.
I don't know what Akali was doing there. Nothing over there, but it looks like that it just that one kill ignited the whole new fight down in the mid lane, and Smolder is absolutely shredding off everyone in the back line. Sonya's popping off here and there, and Swain just got slain by T-Berry. That late end game scenario, the potential, the scenario, late end game scenario is here, and T-Berry is just
first blood goes over the side of Lightwork. Will Trioxy be able to survive that? But no. Double kill going over to Catbot.
Oh my god.
Very Twinsy is going to try and save the game with an engaged Mordekaiser, the last man standing. He is going to go down. T-Berry picks up the quad and a penta kill.
Oh my god.
CEO is also in middle of 5 people. He's trying to get some kills, but Black Infantry just slays CEO. CEO is out of the game.
Decide it all. Twinsy trying to deal as much damage as possible. However, in second solo, he fails that smite and he gets taken down.
Welcome back, everyone, to the SMG SA Cup 3 Grand Finals versus TOK and AOK after a nail-biting Game 1. We're back here with Game number 2. And joining me is this time Jeeves. Hello, Jeeves. How's it going?
Hello, Potato. What an amazing game one did we have. Oh my god, it was such a close game between both teams. I'm really excited to see what game 2 has in store for us.
Yep, Game 1 was definitely super exciting. We had Bishi here joining us on the Castores after a really long time. Huge shout out to Bishi. Thanks for coming in here and for the super exciting cast. He'll be back for Game 3. But for now, we have a Game 2. Jeevan, thoughts on Game 1? We had a very close game. AOK coming in very strong in the early game. But
Yeah, I think that I was doubting their draft at first, seeing that they had 3 AP champions, but however, they were able to get such a big goal lead. You know, coming from AOK having such a big advantage in the early game, despite having 3 AP champions. But you know, they slacked a little bit in the mid and late game, and they lost. But you know, I think they can put up such a fight in Game 2, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to do next. What are they going to pick? We were able to see the Swardeep special with the Fiddlestick support. What do you think he'll pick in Game 2?
I have no idea. After the Swardeep special, everything's on the table, man. It's pretty hard to say.
Yeah, he's well known for his amazing picks, sometimes coming up with the Zyra, and I know that he's well known for his Fiddlestick supports. It's one of his favorite to play. And one of the things that I would like to point out in like last game was like how well they were able to capture the early lead against some of the best players in SA. I was honestly doubting that they will have any damage towards one point, but however, they were still able to get the kills, get a goal lead, and but the mistakes that were made in game 1, like getting caught and all that. If AOK can play the map better during mid and late game, I'm sure they can capture the win in this next game.
Yep, and a win here will definitely be really good for them in terms of their mental going into if they go into the third game 2-0, the pressure is going to be really on them to kind of win the game. But never mind all of that. We are heading into game 2 and we are looking at champion select. It looks like Altar of Kings has decided to go for blue side this time, so they will be having that first pick. And Temple of Kings will have to make do with the red side, and we already have the Jarvan and the Karma bans coming in.
Yeah, I'm very happy looking at the Karma ban. I think it's incredibly. I think it's a must to ban the champion if you're denying the first pick Karma. It's one of the strongest mid laners right now in the current patch. And honestly, there's nothing that can beat this champion in lane. There's only champions that you can pick to match its damage, its roaming potential, but there's nothing that can beat this champion in lane. So, banning this champion is definitely the right ban coming out from TOK.
Yeah, Karma is extremely obnoxious, and Pantheon, of course, Pantheon, the target ban against Orphan in Altar of Kings, and they're going to follow up that Jarvan ban with a Caitlyn ban, which I find quite interesting.
Yeah, Javan's right now like the champion got buffed on his Q cooldown, also his passive right now. The champion does not do much damage, but the amount of utility it provides after 2 items, after hitting that Spear of Sojourn, is really hard to deal with because he can gap close very easily, land those ults, and basically ADCs cannot move.
Yeah, and he's super good against immobile ADCs. If your ADC does not have a dash, it can be pretty rough. And they're going to ban away the Senna, take that away from Angel Lotus, it seems, and it looks like we are going to have a Smolder first pick. Let's go, boys!
Yep, I know that's your favorite champion, so I'll say it right now. Berry is gonna be smoldering.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see the response from TOK, where Smolder is, of course, pretty strong right now. He was hotpicks nerf, but I would still say that he's one of the best ADCs available right now.
Yep.
Alongside like Senna and Kongmo, and Senna has obviously been banned. But the response, it seems, is going to be an Ashe. Maybe an Ashe support, we don't know just yet, but the Ashe is locked in for Temple of Kings.
Yeah, the Ashe coming out from TOK is definitely like a right pick because Smolder does have a slightly weaker laning phase. And if TOK are able to pick like more aggressive early game champions, they are definitely able to get like perma prio in the lane. And there we go. Ashe is playing support in the bottom lane, and Ezreal will be ADC. This is a very, very poke heavy lane, and definitely Smolder will be struggling in the early stages.
Actually, I think that if traditionally we have seen like Smolder kind of struggles against poke lane, but if Sam goes for the W max build, getting 3 points in W, Smolder actually does fairly well into poke lanes because he just keeps poking you back through the creep wave, which is extremely annoying.
Yeah, that was something that we hoped for in yesterday's game, where Aizen actually brought out the Smolder against AOK itself, but however he struggled in the laning phase due to not maxing W and bringing Comet, if I'm not mistaken. However, he was still able to do much in the late game, and that's just the power of Smolder. This is the final patch before he gets again another nerfed. So let's see what Sam T. Berry runs on the Smolder this time. Whether he'll be maxing W and be playing the poking lane against Ashe and Ezreal, or he will just, give up entirely prior.
Yeah, I'm expecting, hopefully he goes for the W start, is going to be able to return poke damage on the Ashe and Ezreal, and it also helps you push the wave a lot alongside that Zyra. So it's really hard, like traditionally the way you deal with the poke lane is just, if you shove the wave into them, they don't have much of an opportunity to poke you back, whereas you are free to do whatever you want. But we also see the Trundle being locked in, so DC had an extremely standout performance yesterday on Trundle against Radiance, where he just absolutely went 1v9 beast mode and bonked every single person and tower in sight.
Yep, I saw the heal came through and nobody on the side of Radiance could deal with him at one point. So I'm pretty sure in this game I think the Trundle's going top lane instead of jungle. And I have to say that I really like the Zyra pick coming out from AOK. Another Suo Deep special, I must say. So hopefully like the Zyra pick that is picked here will definitely provide some stability to bot lane. However, I think there's a little bit bug with the draft right now.
Yeah, it seems that draft has been reset somehow. Anyways, yeah, Zyra Smolder is actually a lane I like quite a bit. Smolder is a bit weak in the early game. Looks like we're going to be repeating the same picks and bans up to the point where we left off. But yeah, Smolder does struggle a bit in the early game, depending on what he's facing. Zyra is obviously very good in the early game. She's going to help alleviate pressure of the Smolder, help him scale into the late game. And once Smolder gets to that 225 stack point, he's just so extremely good into team fights. There's so much AoE damage, the burn, the execute. It can get pretty hard to play against.
Yeah, and when Smolder literally scales towards the later game, it'll be a little hard to catch him also. With the Zyra pick now providing ample of space for the Smolder to kite the enemy, because as you can see now the Darius is picked for Panda against the Trundle. So what do you think of this top lane matchup right now? One is super aggressive. I mean, both are super aggressive and both have really good early levels.
Yeah, strong early game champions. I'm not honestly sure who wins that matchup, but hopefully I would expect at least a Bramble West showing up in this game. Last time we saw RTO playing Renekton into Dead
If I
Corporal's
want
Trundle
your
top. He
opinion, I'll
opted to
beat it
not
out of
go for
you.
the Bramble West at all, and we saw that whenever he went for these trades, like Dead Corporal autoed him and healed off of him. So that kind of becomes an issue against champions like Fiora and Trundle if you kind of don't go for that Bramble West early purchase. So hopefully we see a Bramble West purchase and don't see a Trundle just absolutely bonking the hell living daylights out of everyone on the map again.
Yeah, I agree. And then the Y ban coming out from AOK. So this is actually a really good ban because Black Memphis Y is cracked. And right now, all that is going on in AOK's mind is how do we keep this Smolder alive till he can stack and stay alive in team fights. And the Y ban coming out is definitely going to save him a lot from getting picked because Y's R is unstoppable and it's really good for picking off champions who are out of position.
Yup, I love the vibe and it just helps keep the smolder. It just takes away that important, point and click kind of lockdown. Smolder is one of his weakness is his short range, so it's pretty easy to respond with a Vi ultimate. It looks like they're going to hover a Kindred. This is interesting. I personally do not like playing Kindred against Smolder because when you ult and everybody drops low, that just means that Smolder gets time to just set everyone on fire, and that's like setting yourself up for a chain execute the moment the Kindred ult drops.
I think there's some kind of cringeness going on the red side. Last game we saw 3 AP, this time we see 3 ADCs. There's something going on the red side, I think.
There's something always going on the red side. Something weird. 3 AP. But don't. But hold your horses. We might even get to say 4 ADCs because they haven't picked the last champion just yet. 4 ADCs, hell yeah.
Yeah, I think Catbot's gonna bring out the Lucian mid.
Yeah, the Lucian mid will have 4 ADCs. Well, technically, Smolder does struggle into more ranged heavy compositions. We see the Wukong and the Nafiri being docked in for Altar of King. So they're going to be playing mostly an AD comp, and while traditionally I would say this would be an issue, but their ADC is technically a Smolder who just does 2 damage, so it's all good.
But I think they lack a little bit of AP damage in the early stages, but I think that's fine when coming out early. But one thing they may struggle with is that most of them are melee range or short range, except for the Zyra. But Zyra cannot push towers. So how do you think about this draft right now? Because on TOK's side, they can push towers pretty fast actually.
Yeah, that's a really nice thing you pointed out. AOK is actually going to struggle with pushing towers with this comp. They have the 3 melee champions who are going to have to put themselves at risk. Well, the Trundle is going to be solo. He never has any issues with towers as long as he's able to get to the tower. But the other members, I think they might struggle a bit because Smolder is the champion who traditionally does not build a lot of attack speed. Like he doesn't even usually go for Zerg's Greaves. He goes for either Lucidity or Swifty. So the champion does not really excel at taking down towers. Same with the Zyra. She's going to be support. She's not going to have a lot of AP. She's not going to be able to take down towers. So what they're really looking for is just I'm guessing just these amazing team fights. Wukong jumping in, R knock up, and then you follow up with the Smolder and Zyra damage, and Nafiri probably just looks for a pick somewhere there. Whereas Temple of Kings they just have a bunch of range champions. They have a decentish scaling, I would say. They're not going to outscale what Altar of Kings have, I think, but they should be able to kite these fights out and minimize the impact of the Smolder because we are looking at 4 range champions from Temple of Kings, and Smolder being short range does struggle a bit to deal with that.
Yeah, I think the Wukong's pick here will help them a lot in gap closing. However, playing 1-4 will be a little struggle if Wukong and Wukong does not have ult. But however, I feel like they must now survive the laning phase, especially in the bottom and the mid. Because right now I think Nafiri loses a lot of prior mid due to melee range matchup, and bottom is just a poke fiesta on both sides. For top, I think it's mostly just I think who gets the better trade, who uses their skills better. Because Trundle level 1, if I'm not mistaken, actually beats Darius level 1. And a little bit about the jungle, I think Kindred's early is way stronger than Wukong. But I may be wrong because again, it all comes down to how they play the map on both teams and how they actually think about getting an early advantage against TOK.
Yeah, and Black Infinity has, had just an amazing showing throughout this entire tournament. He's always been there for his team, and hopefully this time he actually starts with an actual jungle item.
Yeah, hopefully. But looking at this draft, one thing I fear is that TOK may be able to outpoke AOK, and there might be a lot of dive potential on the side of TOK towards AOK. So I really hope the Wukong is able to like read this play and will be able to cover their bottom lane, his bottom lane, from not falling too far behind and allowing the Smolder to actually have a laning phase to scale.
Yeah, and if Smolder is really able to have a good laning phase. The key to a good laning phase on Smolder is basically if you are able to farm and kind of get that poke and trade in, you are able to get a lot of stacks out of just the laning phase, and that sets you up for a less terrible mid game, which is where Smolder traditionally struggles, because his W, while it has a good amount of base damage to help him out in the early laning phase, it does not scale with AD very well at all. So usually towards the mid game, that's where we see Smolders like kind of struggling a bit with their damage output. And in the end, this comp is just going to be based around the Smolder, right? We're going to have the Trundle split pushing, yes, which is kind of their backup win condition. But I feel like this comp is just based around having that Smolder and winning those team fights.
Yeah, I think their main damage is coming from bot lane, and knowing Sam, he's always the guy who is stepping up in most of the games we've seen in this tournament, and he's one of the players that it's worth putting resources in, because no matter how many goal they're down, how far behind they are in the game, man always finds an opportunity. So I really hope the AOK is able to put a lot of resources into this guy, help him to scale, help him have a leaning phase, and let's see what he can do in this game.
Yeah, and I think that's also their most reliable option because Sam, I feel like, has been the most consistent member on AOK in this SA Cup 3 tournament that we have. Like other members have had great games, yes, but Sam has always been there. That's what I.
Yep, I totally agree. I think Sam's really stepping up. From the last tournament to this tournament and to the future tournaments, he's just showing that he really knows what he's doing in his role, and he's showing that hey, ADC is not really a weak role, man.
Hashtag weak roll.
So, guys, in the YouTube comments, let us know who has the better draft and who's gonna take game two.
Yeah, and we're just waiting here for games to start. What do you think about the mid lane matchup here, Jeez? We have Thorfinn on the Nafiri going up against Voracity on that way, Voracity slash K, also known as Catbot by most of us. But K is the Waze rather is notorious for being a very obnoxious champion to deal with in the early game.
Yeah, I see somebody's asking who is Sam. So Sam is also known as T Berry, but here we know him as Sam personally, but he's now known in this game as T Berry, and he's the ADC of AOK. All right, coming back to the mid lane matchup. Unfortunately, Potato, those are two champions that I've not but bought yet in the shop, so I've absolutely no clue what those two champions do. But facing against them in rank games, I think general knowledge, I think Hue will always have the prior in this lane right now, because Nafiri is an assassin ADC. So basically, this champion relies on a lot of lethality items and getting a lot of kills, whereas Hue just has a lot more spells to protect himself and space better.
Yeah, I feel like they have multiple range champions, so they should be able to kind of, one issue that I do find, never mind that, we have a sneaky invade going here. Sam does spot out multiple members coming. That's going to be a 5-man defense.
Oh my god.
That is an insane amount of damage, and not only does it do a bunch of damage, I think there should be 5 stacks for the little dragon just going into laning phase. So Sam's going to be pretty happy with that.
I can hear how happy you are. He actually went Comet with Doran's Ring and W start. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty pleased to see that. Yesterday, I saw that I think there was a Smolder being played by Aizen, but he went for the Qmax, he went for the D Blade start, and just I think he was just relegated to standing under his tower and not being able to really do anything. He just had to wait for his team to kind of bail him out of the situation. We do have a pause coming up, but it's nice to see. We see the W start already. We see the Doran's ring. So I'm guessing Sam is looking to fight back in this lane, not just sit back and take the poke from the Ashe Ezreal lane, which should, help them kind of fight back in the bot lane.
Yeah, they actually both of the Zyra and the Smolder brought Doran. What? Sorry, what's that spell called? Yeah. So basically, both of them brought very heavy poke runes. So pretty sure they'll be able to like match now the Ezreal and the Ashe. And I think the Smolder will be able to lane this time. Yeah, compared to what we saw in the yesterday's game.
Yeah, we just saw the smolder going down like 50 CS, and then it was about 27 minutes till the smolder got his final upgrade at 225 stacks. So hopefully that's the timer Sam is looking to beat, I guess, against Aizen. The fastest I have achieved on smolder is 19 minutes. Do not ask me what happened in that game.
I think he had a lot to stack from. But unfortunately, Smolder will not be getting free stacks from Zyra plants like last game. I mean, yesterday. He will be fully relying on champions and minions.
Yeah, and it looks like Dead Corporal and Nasty Crusher have decided that the grass on the other side is greener as they decide to start a Black Infinity's red buff. They are going to be spotted out by King, who threw a ward over the Krug pit into the brush near the red buff. So he's going to be aware that that's happening. So this is kind of interesting because I feel like this might end up in a jungle split, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on this bot lane for Altar Kings.
Yeah, true. However, we did see yesterday that investing a lot of resources into a Trundle is not that bad because DC ended up 1v9. So maybe cross map play is not as bad. So as you can see, bot lane, heavy poke, it's already starting. The Ashe taking trade and losing half of her HP.
Yeah, heavy poke has already started. The Ashe lost half of it, but she also took half of the HP of both T-Berry and Whey Protein with her. So I would say that actually works out in the favor of the Ashe. While the W poke is pretty potent from Smolder, one of the issues is it's about on a 15-second cooldown in the early game. So there's a pretty long window where you can, kind of go and punish it. And meanwhile, in the top lane, we have action brewing. Ghost being popped by the Darius is running in circles. Red Corporal has about a 200 HP advantage, continues to heal off the creeps as much as possible. He also has popped his Ghost. So yeah, both top laners just losing Ghost here within the first 2 minutes of the game is definitely interesting.
Oh, Ezreal going
That's an aggressive flash forward by Ezreal. He connects the Q onto Whey Protein. He's going to have to back off as he drops.
Yeah.
Really low. The Ezreal does find himself a bit low. And Angel and Lotus and Karanko are really looking to put the pressure on the Smolder this early game. But one of the key differences we see here is that they're able to return some damage. But there's a dive coming here by Black Infinity, taking a lot of damage. W is going to connect, gets the double kill, but also is return killed by the Zyra. So,
I think a little scuffed and a little blunder by Black Infinity. I think he could be a little more patient and they could have like juggled the aggro more effectively. And now the Kindred's a little behind on tempo.
Yeah, he does get the 2 kills, but definitely like both members of the bot lane of AOK dropping super low. So it's a bit of a shame that he does end up giving his life for basically 200 HP members, but he does get himself the double kill, and the kill goes over to the Zyra instead of the Smolder. So that's probably silver linings.
Yeah, we also see the Ashe starting with Doran's Blade instead of the support item. Now he buys the support item. That was probably why they were able to get more poke in the lane as well. And, however, he might be a little late on.
To interrupt you there, as there's a gank in the top lane. Wukong dashes in. King has been slowed by the pillar, is dropping low, is going to look to heal with the HP, but it's going to be to no avail as Ashe Crusher is able to take down King in the top lane. A successful gank by Ashe Crusher in the top lane in response to the Kindred, but the action never ends. Kindred is back at the bot lane. Slow is going to connect onto Thievery. The dash and the auto is going to take him down, and that's going to be another wipeout at the bottom lane as the Smolder and the Zyra are taken down again. And this is the Smolder lane is kind of off to a really bad start.
Yeah, we were predicting this in the Champ Select itself, but oh my god, the cross map plays after cross map plays. The Kindred is the side of TOK is really achieving what their team is supposed to, where they are supposed to punish the Smolder for the weak early laning phase. However, coming out from AOK, they are really investing a lot of like ganks into the Trundle. Hopefully, the Trundle is able to use the resources given to him.
Yeah, hopefully the Trundle, we will see the return of the Bonk Trundle. We do see a cloth armor being picked up by King. Hopefully that turns into a Bramble West soon, because that Trundle is starting to get a bit fat. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it seems like there was a kill onto the Nafiri by Hui. I think I missed it.
Oh yeah, I did not realize that. But yeah, as you can see now, the Hui is just using his spells. He has the tier right now. He's stacking up his tier, and he's just perma-zoning the Nafiri from the wave. And right now, Nafiri will struggle into this matchup. He's already 10 CS down.
Yeah, he's already 10 Cs down, and those are the Krugs being started up by the Wukong and Trundle dynamic duo. Dash onto the Hui by Thorfinn in the mid lane, takes down a large chunk of his HP. HP pot is going to start ticking in, and with that trade, Thorfinn is going to create some space for himself to be able to farm and pick up some CS for himself and get back into this mid lane matchup.
A little blunder coming out from the Hui right now, and then losing half of his HP, and now Nafiri can actually pressure into holding up a freeze in mid lane because Hui does not have TP. So right now the Kindred's coming to break the
Ult
freeze.
from the Nafiri is popped. In response, Hui pops his ult. He is going to take down Thorfinn. Does Black Infinity get the SS? Yes, he does. Does tank few tower shots, and it's going to be the second death for Thorfinn in this mid lane. We did see him struggle in the last game as well, and he's also off to a Lufsa. So we see the bot side of AOK, all of them, the mid laner, the ADC, and the support, all of them are rocking 2 deaths at this point.
Oh, yeah, you can see,
But never mind that, there's some action in the bot lane. Root connects onto the Ezreal. T-Berry flies forward to deal damage, is going to drop low. Kranko is going to attempt for the return kill, but he's going to fail as there's going to be a double kill for Ashti Crusher, who finds himself 3-0 at the 7-minute mark of the game, and is able to just really elevate some pressure from this bot lane that has been really struggling after the chain ganks by Black Infinity on the Kindred.
Yeah, I think amazing gang by Ashti Crusher. There's a lot of goal, and it's a really great start to the Wukong. Wukong's also the primary engage for their team, so investing a lot of goal into him would be not so bad because he is able to also be the front line for Smolder. Yeah.
Yep, and that front line will get BP as he gets more items. We have the gold difference popping up, so we saw a decent, a bit of an advantage for TOK, AOK at the start, but it looks like right now TOK is in the lead. A lot of that chipped away by that play at the bottom lane where they got 2 kills for themselves, but still TOK does find themselves with about 1,000 gold lead, which is not insignificant, but not the end of the world, I would say, at 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I think it's not that bad, and this goal lead will only get higher unless the Trundle starts bonking some turrets. So let's hope that now the Wukong, who has a 3-kill lead, is able to, you know, put some pressure onto the lane, starts ganking some lanes and try to get their bottom lane out of lane, or Trundle starts bonking some turrets on top lane.
Yeah, the turret bonk always is going to be an option, but there's going to be a bit of a lull in the action as I think everybody has kind of calmed down a bit, and after everybody having died except members. Never mind that Angel Lotus gets caught out at the Tribush, has to jump over the wall. Smolder Ant is going to go wide. 3 members chasing Angel Lotus. Black Infinity is here to provide support to him. Slow from Kranko is going to buy more time, and they decide to just call it off. The Ezreal is too slippery. He is going to escape with life, but Smolder gets that just, I feel like that just buys more time for Smolder just stack freely in this matchup.
Yeah, major blender coming out from the Ezreal.
Speaking of blunders, Thorfinn goes for a bad trade in the mid lane and gets sniped by K on the way, and Rootko is going to connect onto Kranko in the bot lane. Not much follow-up damage. T-Berry is looping around. E forward and Q by Ezreal. Looks like there's trouble in the bot lane as a dive is being set off. Black Infinity jumping in. Whey Protein dropping low. K is able to secure the kill. The Kindred ult is going to be popped in order to help Black Infinity survive. He's dropping down 200 HP. Shutdown goes over to Ashti Crusher. He now finds himself in a 1 versus 2. He's going to get a double kill for himself as he's able to trade 2 for 2 in this 4 versus 3, which is not exactly.
Thorfinn coming in, hopefully
Alright,
hoping
Thorfinn
to,
is here,
you know.
dashes in, is going to focus his attention onto Angel Lotus, who is low. CC is going to land from Hue. Thorfinn dropping extremely low. He is alive at about 100 HP. K is continuing the chase, and as his W connects, he is unstoppable as he finds himself 5 and 0. Oh
Yeah.
my.
Thorfinn is not having a good game on Nafiri, and Hui is just having an excellent game right now, and that's one very fat Hui.
Yes, and the mid lane situation is looking very troubling for AOK as K is caught up by a root, is going to use his ultimate to just take down T-Ferry. Immediately Hue Protein dropping low. Black Infinity is here for the follow-up. The ult is casted by the Zyra, but he has already lost his life, and that ult is not going to achieve anything. This is really bad.
Yeah, this is really bad for the side of AOK. All they have to do is just farm and get stacks, but instead they're just getting dove over and over again, and not being able to cover those dives in the early game has resulted in a way worse, you know, the way the game's being played right now. It's like terrible for the side of AOK. And on the side of top lane, as you can see, the ganks that's being like put into Trundle is not really putting anywhere AOK on the map for goal.
Yeah, and as the action continues in the mid lane, Whip Teen looks for a pick but gets picked off instead. But Ashley Crusher is fast to respond with a double kill on to himself with a dive onto the backline. Continues the chase onto Black and White. It's going to be a triple kill for the Wukong as Ashley Crusher looks to equalize some of the goal difference that his team is suffering from.
Yeah, amazing. A lot of gold on the Wukong. However, I feel like the gold should be shared with Nafiri, because right now Wukong has a lot of gold, but all of the gold lead on side of AOK is on the Wukong right now, and the Wukong has not stacked any MR towards the very fat Huye.
And look at the gold difference. The Nafiri is really struggling. 3.8k gold as he gets run down by Kranko. Ezreal ult is going to connect. Another volley from Kranko is going to finish off Thorfinn as he's sitting on 4k gold. He's down 2k gold on his counterpart at about 13 minutes into the game. Thorfinn is really struggling, and they've swapped the mid laner down to the bottom lane, and this Hue is so fat that he's just able to 1v2 the lane with his about 3 to 4 level advantage, and it seems like this game has just suddenly started to just fall apart for AOK.
Yeah, AOK is doing an amazing job at snowballing this game, getting towers after towers, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be a swap in top lane soon in order to get the tier 1 at top lane. For now, TOK is in a very comfortable position. They don't have any objective to fight for, and they're just chilling, man. They're just farming, getting leads, and catching AOK off guard, man.
Yeah, and as they move into the mid game, we are going to have to start dealing with the fact that their primary carry, the Smolder, is 0-4, and the champion itself has a weak mid game anyway. So I think the struggles haven't ended for AOK just yet.
Yeah, but you know, Smolder can do Smolder things. If TOK does not snowball this game and end it fast enough, Smolder may be able to make a comeback for his team. But let's see how it plays. We have another 2 minutes till Dragon, 5 minutes till Baron. Well, oh, on the side of AOK, they're taking Herald right now.
Yeah,
it might be a little.
The Herald. It might be a bit risky as Black Infinity and Co are moving up. That's the really huge way sitting there in the river. Herald does get reset. Black Infinity immediately aggroes it again and starts dealing damage to it. Thorfinn is sitting in the bot lane, and while numbers seem to be even, like it seems that AOK is going to struggle to contest this Rift Herald.
The swap coming
or
out.
Or not, like as it's getting reset yet again.
The swap coming out, there is going bottom, and Ezreal Ash would probably be taking top lane in order to get the tier 1 top. And right now, Thorfinn on Nafiri cannot lane into any of these matchups. Right now, he's struggling a lot, and he's just going to be catching side waves for now.
And in the mid lane, ult is from Hue is going to connect. Is he going to look for the snipe? It looks not, as Hue is not going to take down Hue Protein just yet, and he is able to recall and get himself to safety. But this Hui is just applying so much pressure, and it's going to be so hard for this Smolder to kind of get stacking when he has to deal with a 6-0 Hui just following him everywhere on the map and just preventing him from just being able to play the game at all.
Yeah. Right now, I think the main goal is, you can see, is just getting top tier 1 and then positioning for the next Ocean Dragon. TOK is already going to be getting soul point.
Yeah, and the Fiesta continues in the mid lane as Catbot on that way continues to 1v2 the Smolder and the Zyra, whereas his team is just able to leverage that so much that they have one person matching two people on the enemy team, and they can just have a man advantage wherever they go.
Yeah, looking for Trundle. I think he will be able to get tier 1 top right now, as there's a little bit of reset error from the side of TOK where nobody was defending the top tier 1, and oh my god, 350 goal into the Trundle. I think they have a comeback goal on towers right now, yeah?
Yeah, the comeback goal on towers is active. We can see the symbol is up. And Riftile is going to be popped in the pop lane, so this is going to be back-to-back tower bounties, I think. King does pull Dead Corporer into the turret, trade some damage, half HP is lost on the tier 2. It looks like it's going to survive for now, as we find that finally the Smolder is not laning against the Hui anymore, as he is going to now be matched by the Nafiri. The Nafiri is pretty behind. Ashe ult is going to go wide along with the Ezreal ult as they look to collapse on the Nafiri. Nafiri has to pop ult. Black Infinity attempts to run him down. There are 6 dogs with him, and meanwhile in the top lane, Ashe Crusher takes down the tower and takes down King. This is huge.
And he lives. And he lives with 1 HP.
I bet King is really pissed right now. And a bit of an overstep by Kranko has to flash out as the Nafiri dash connects onto the Ashe. It's a pity that Thorfinn is so extremely behind at this point, because I think that would have been a kill in most cases.
Yeah, the Darius is also quite behind right now, but however, his team is in a pretty comfortable position. So Bro just has to catch wave and mesh the Trundle right now. As for Ashe losing both sums, that could come in a big risk for their team, because right now Ashe cannot walk up to press W and can only use her ult whenever it's up.
Yeah, this is the issue with Ashe support. Extremely squishy, extremely easy to pick off, and he's going to be looking to play off those ults moving forward. There's an opportunity that they could exploit, like already 3 deaths on the Ashe, so he is looking a fair few deaths. More food for the Wukong, if I do say so. And it looks like the bot lane from AOK has managed to kind of stabilize after the initial slew of kills that they gave out. They seem to have stabilized a bit, and Smolder is just hanging out in that mid lane, just catching wave after wave, and that's pretty much what he wants to do.
The Darius might be in a tough spot right
in
now.
the top lane. Nafiri dashes in with the ult. Darius is going to spin, attempt to survive as long as he can, as he retreats back to his tower. Another dash is going to take him down to about 1/3 HP, and Thorfinn and Nero are able to get the kill there. Ezreal ult does go wide there, is not really able to do anything or affect the outcome in any way.
And the Trundle falls at the bottom lane. But however, I don't think the kill at top was any worth it, because Wukong uses ult and flash. So right now he does not have anything to kill the side of TOK's bot lane or
and it looks like, looking at the fact that Kranko didn't have his summoners, Thorfinn goes for a play on him, but it backfires as the damage from Angel Lotus and the rest of the AOK squad is too high, and the price for that is paid by Whey Protein, who dies yet again, his 6th death in the game. So he's like 19 minutes into the game, he is going to pick up his 6th death, so he's not really having the best game. Zyra is a very squishy champion. Generally you like to be playing that champion from ahead, but he's just super behind over here and is struggling a fair bit.
Yeah. Oh, the Azure may be caught out.
And he tries to go for the gate, is going to pop the heal to run faster, but another shutdown goes the way of Ashe Crusher. So Ashe Crusher is just a bounty hunting machine at this point. He goes top gets a bounty, bot gets a bounty. He's just collecting bounties everywhere. I feel like it's now going to be up to this Wukong and Trundle to somehow just stall this game out long enough for T-Berry to get back into the game, get those stacks up and running. We are looking at 20 minutes into the game. I'm not sure what the stack count is that we will get that information out to you guys soon, but Ashley Crusher is dominating as he jumps on the flashless Ash. Black Infinity is going to have to pop ult to buy some time. Kin is trying to run the Smolder ult is going to connect onto him, but he's able to blast cone his way out to safety, but no luck for Black Infinity as he gets taken down by 4 members from AOK. So we are kind of seeing this shift where AOK is just now starting to really catch up to TOK all of a sudden, and they're going to start up this Baron immediately.
Yeah, and Trundle falls. That may be a little bit of a risk because now Hui gets a free TP in and might stop this Baron.
And the TP is going to come in. Hui running in at Mark 3. Zyra ult is going to be popped to buy some time. Ashley Crusher dashing onto Hui, gets feared immediately. Shutdown for K. That's one shutdown. T-Berry is dropping low. The firebolt is going to connect for a double kill. King has popped the ghost. He is running down Hui Protein. With the help of the Hui snipe, he is able to get himself another kill, and the Baron attempt actually backfires. Such a great play by them in the jungle, but the risky Baron, yet again another risky Baron by AOK is going to turn the tables yet again. So
yeah, huge blunder coming out from the AOK's top laner, dying to the Hui and losing its TP right now just to get a bottom push. Yeah. AOK had the Baron in the back, but Trundle dying at the bottom just gave Hui a free TP into the fight and stalling out and killing everyone on the side of AOK.
And as we can see that Smolder doesn't even have his second upgrade, so he's just sitting on 120 stats on 22 minutes. So he's really far away from that 225 mark. So that Smolder 225 win condition is looking kind of rough right now as Red Team picks up a Hextech Dragon, and HD Crusher ends up giving his life in an attempt to steal. So the game is going pretty rough for AOK, I'd say. Like we did see some resistance. Cranko gets caught out by Dead Corporal, is going to get run down. We see the thumbs up being exchanged, and life of an Ash, I suppose. And we can see that bounties are again active on the turrets. TOK is sitting at about a 4k gold lead at this point, pretty significant. A lot of that was kind of alleviated when AOK, with the help of the Wukong, was able to find a ton of picks around the map. Still, we see Ashley Crusher and Catbot leading the gold charts, both sitting at 12k gold, followed by Angel and Black Infinity. We see T-Berry down there at the bottom, 7.68. This is really suboptimal for AOK. They actually do want their Smolder to be doing well, while the champion can kind of survive on a bit less of a gold income. He is struggling a fair bit. Sphere of Shojin is going to be completed for him. He's sitting at about 170 CS, but as far as the stack count goes, he is lagging pretty far behind. So the 225 win condition is still a while away for them.
Yeah, I think TOK is again in a very comfortable position, and all now they have to do is just wait for the Elder Dragon. They have a very strong Hui in the mid lane, and I'm pretty sure they're going to win every fight from now on. As for Trundle, he still looks for opportunities to get any side lane towers as he can, whereas the other 4 members are just struggling to defend from TOK's push.
Yeah, just the struggle is real as the Smolder is immediately dropped to half HP by an aggressive flash forward, but never mind that. Thorfinn is going to go on K, is going to take about 60% of his HP. Anti Crusher is going to try to finish the kill off, but the rest of the TOK squad is going to be here to support him as a double kill for Hui in the mid lane, and Trundle in the top lane is trying to apply some pressure, respond a bit. Hui Protein a bit out of position. Angel Lotus coming in with the punish, ease forward and takes him down. Cranko is going to flash forward over the wall, try to take down T-Berry, and Ezreal ult coming in clutch to take him down for a double kill. Dead Corporal finds King in the top lane. Ghost is going to be popped. He's going to try to run him down. The chomp has begun. He realizes that he can't really catch up. His base is in shambles. King is just fine sitting there while his team just sits on top of this Nexus and
And
just beats it down.
GG. What a storm coming up from TOK, man.
GG it is, and we kind of never really rough game for AOK. They had this draft with the scaling Smolder pick, and we saw in week one like people were really like hyping Smolder up. That Smolder is just pick or ban. We see multiple members like chat especially was like Smolder is so extremely strong, but we just have this Smolder game where the Smolder is just completely shut down and is just unable. It doesn't get to play the game at all.
Yeah, I understood what AOK was trying to achieve, where they wanted to split the map early just to get a Trundle ahead and play for the first set of grubs. But however, like TOK was fast to read this play and just dove the bot lane over and over and over again. But this time, Trundle was up against a much better top laner, the Darius and Panda, who was able to go even to Trundle, not giving him any opportunity to get any towers besides the top two towers, the top bottom tower. However, the Darius was still able to hold the push from Trundle. So AOK's game plan just fell when they decided to split the map. I feel like the way that AOK was would have saved the game maybe was if they were able to read that, hey, TOK is probably gonna dive our bot over and over again, and we should defend this. However, they were only able to react with the third dive instead of the first two, and by that time AOK's bot lane was so far behind already.
Yeah, and we just saw the Smolder fall so behind. I think about 24 minutes into the game, he was where he got his second upgrade. This is just super far behind. Just maybe there could have been a win to find there if they hadn't.
Again, knowing that their bot lane will probably get most of the poke in the lane, and the Hui was just able to solo bolo the Nafiri over and over again and getting a huge lead, getting those Leandry, the Seraph Embrace, and just being, Seraph Embrace shield, just protecting himself from every other engage coming on the side of AOK. So well played to the team members of TOK for reading the draft of AOK and knowing exactly how to play against their game plan.
Yep, and that's going to be game two, also going the favor of TOK, who find themselves 2-0 at the moment. So the pressure is going to be on in AOK as we head into the third game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back real soon. This is Potato Monster and Jeeves, and we'll see you
So,
again.
thank you.
So far, 2-0 towards Radiant side. They are slightly above.
Okay,
Only
come
result.
on. Oh, come on, gets the bind and flashes in.
King, I think he is looking for a tower dive here, and looks like Back
now
is
my
coming
bad.
in for a gank right now. Victor
That's the
cannot
biggest
do
thing alive.
anything
That's-
about
yeah,
it, but
can't do
oh my
anything about it.
god.
It's everywhere, and they even have K back alive. That's waiting.
Like I
Black
said,
Infinity.
oh shit.
Oh my god, Black Infinity just lands that, and K just walks around, binds, takes the bind, takes the RQ there even with the magnificent bind. Oh my god, and Inside here trying his best. I think he can always go through from the back.
Oh shit.
Okay, he does let her get a glimpse of honor. Senna out here trying his best to get a kill. Just shouts Timber and his
And Night Guy might have gone
Night Guy
wrong
might have just fumbled the
but
bag
never
here.
mind. Insect is going to have to probably run lots of damage onto the Lulu.
Ooh.
Is taken down. Lulu Arcot coming down behind them. Q connects immediately. Charan Reddy is down to half health. Does get the shields. Does get another shield. Arts and multiple weapons. Lord Charan Reddy is taken down. Full connects onto the Kaiser. Please, I need a bonus. Oh my god, Khan exhaust onto Khan, knock up connects, interrupts the jump. Is
What? I'll take first grab, go contest dragon. Holy shit, look at that tower dive by the way.
It's all Brazil.
Oh shit, looks like Wukong is in between 4 people right now. Oh my god, Kaza Boulder inside his own death realm. And looks like 1v1 day is going on. Oh shit.
Oh wait,
Oh,
she did end the game here. Diana gets the entry into the fate, gets a reset, Diego gets a reset. Do they actually end the game here? Smolder is nowhere to be seen. Smolder comes in here, trying to save the day. Does he get the kill though?
Now they're trying to go on to the Akali. Afiri is going for the win. Atrox goes and takes down.
I don't know what Akali was doing there. Nothing over there, but it looks like that. It's just that one kill ignited the whole new fight down in the mid lane. And Smolder is absolutely shredding off everyone in the back line. Sonya's popping off here and there. And Swain just got slain by T-Berry. That late end game scenario, the potential, the scenario, late end game scenario is here. And T-Berry is just...
And first blood goes over the side of Lightwork. Will Trioxy be able to survive that? But no. Double kill going over to Catbot.
Oh my god. Very Twinsy is going to try and save the game with an engaged Mordecai will the last man standing. He is going to go down as T-Berry picks up the quad and a penta. Oh my god. CEO is also in middle of 5 people. He's trying to get some kills, but Black Infantry just slays CEO. CEO is out of the game.
Decide it all. Twinsy trying to do as much damage as possible. However, in second solo, he fails that smite and he gets taken down.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the South Asia Cup 3 presented by SMG Esports. I'm back again for game 3. And Potato Man, game 2 was a bit anticlimactic. We saw the away game coming in from Catbot right here, but quite a bit of a stomp, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much a stomp with the Ashty Crusher was kind of holding the fort down for a really long time, and at one point we even saw them go about even in goal. They were about like 200, 300 goal behind, which was pretty insane. But
Mhm.
after that they again go for the Baron, even though they cannot do the Baron. Last time they could, but they decide to chase Senna around. This time they go for the Baron when they really couldn't. The top laner had just died. Way teleports in, it's just a disaster. And we just after that, I think it was just pretty similar to the last game where they were just so behind that they couldn't do anything at all.
Well, yeah, now it's like make it or break it for Altar of Kings, right? This is the third game. If they lose, it's a 3-0. If they win, potentially a reverse sweep, you never know. A lot of things can happen, but that's what I'm looking forward to. I think this is the game where Altar of Kings have a lot to lose, whereas Temple of Kings, last game also, I literally saw, like, were there four marksmen of sorts in on the Temple of Kings roster potato? Was like, did I see a comp
Yeah,
with the
there
Darius
were
and,
four
and
marks
four
and there were four
marksmen?
ADCs.
Yeah, I don't know about you, bro, but I too feel this feels as if Temple Kings is having fun. We're like, let us just play carries and have fun. I think the Ash was a good response to the Zyra as well. But just like I think Kings are having fun this game. I think Dead Corporal and Ashley Kusher are specifically standing out on the side of Altar of Kings. I think Ashley Kusher has had a great tournament so far. Like barring one or two mistakes, he's genuinely playing really well. Right, he seems to be the real carry threat on the side of Altar of Kings. Right, like what do you think about him
Yeah,
as a
really
player?
strong performance by him last game. Unfortunately for them, the bot lane just fell super behind. We have seen Sam being like very consistent across this entire tournament. This is probably the first game where he really struggled, and
Hmm.
he struggled so much that it was actually very hard. He was extremely behind. He had about 120 stacks on his boulder at 23 minutes, which is just very behind the curve. That's where you're looking at
I
probably around
think safe to
400
say
plus.
game three we might not see a Smolder come out. I think he might
I
go
think
back to one of his more comfort champions. And again, they need him, man. Altar of Kings need Sam. They need T-Berry to really just pull his socks up and be the carry for the team that we know he can be, right? So that's what I'm looking forward to in game three. As we are just about to start the game very soon, guys. And again, make it or break it at this point. Have to talk about mid lane performance. If there was an MVP of this tournament, I would give it to Catbot right now. I think great Syndra performance, absolutely demolished on the way as well, right? So a lot to be expected from him. I mean, he is the only challenger in the squad right now, in the sense current challenger, and I think it shows, man. The form is kind of showing in the gameplay as well. I think Kranko as well, just pushing his limits quite well. It's always fun to see Kranko play, dude. Like I think when I'm watching this play, right, it feels as if all of these players are just have so much individual skill. But anyways, coming back to picks and bans, again the Pantheon ban, the Karma ban. I think things are standard. The Trundle, however, this time does get banned out for Dead Corporal. He was quite a menace in that champion.
yeah, they did let the Trundle go through in the last game. Was a bit of a menace, but really nothing close to what we saw in the game versus Radiant yesterday. King was able to absorb all of that topside pressure really well. On the other hand, the bot lane kind of just crumbled, and they were just able to run away with the game. So yeah, very similar picks and pans coming through. Pantheon Trundle on one side, the other side Altar of Kings going for the Java and Karma bans.
Yeah, last time this happened, they did first pick Renekton. I doubt that's happening again. I think Panda might want a bit of a counter, but Milo does get banned out here. Again, Way is up, and the kind of menace that game was. I don't know if you want to just ban that champion out on the side of Altar of Kings. However, the Wukong also had a fantastic performance. Something to worth consider. Senna gets banned out. They don't want them to play Senna Tom. I think it's a lane that is very annoying to play against, gets neutralized, and this time the smaller pick, Angel's Lotus, is it his turn to be like, listen, T-Berry, you played a Black Smolder, let me show you how it's done, and he just first picks that for himself.
And the Smolder first pick does come in for Angel Lotus. He's it's going to be a mental blow for Altar of Kings if they lose to this. I kind of feel, but they're 2-0. They have their backs up against the wall, but these guys are all talented players. I think now we'll see their pocket picks and their comfort picks really come out, and
Potato,
we
talk
already
to
see
me.
that Volibear.
Yeah, talk to me about that Volibear. Is that going to be an Ashley Crusher pick, or is that a Dead Corporal pick? And tell me a bit about this pick, because we have not seen Volibear in competitive meta since a while. I love the way pick as well, taking it away this time. Again, I like it. I like what Altar of Kings is doing so far.
Yeah, I like what they're cooking here. Volibear has been extremely dominant this patch. He received a set of buffs 1 or 2 patches ago, and ever since then, he has suddenly just risen to the top. He's just extremely annoying, very disruptive in these team fights. He just drain tanks the hell out of your team, and is just so annoying to deal with. We usually see HD Crusher running here, but I'm not
I don't know
sure
if
if
that
Dead
was a,
Corporal plays it or not. But is that a Lee Sin?
yeah, it felt like it was picked up at the very last second, but it does seem to be intentional at this point. And again, the Renton does get locked in. Again, strong laner does his job well. Something you can definitely blind pick, and they are on blue side, so I'm guessing they will have to blind pick something at certain points. What this does give them, however, is a very strong early game skirmish potential. I think they want to end this game pretty fast. Having said that, the blue team's comp will fall off. How well does Smolder scale into the late game, Potato?
Smolder scales to the moon and beyond. He is an infinite scaling stacking champion. He gets those stacks. He becomes Elder. He practically becomes Elder Dragon at 750 stacks.
Understood. So that
the
they have the
scaling potential is unlimited on the side of Temple of Kings. On the other hand, we do see the Varus being picked up. Varus is actually an unfavorable matchup for Smolder, and that's one of Sam's comfort picks. Could in fact, maybe I would even go forward and say that is his comfort pick.
Yeah,
And
I remember T Mary's comfort pick from like 5 years back. He used to play Varus a lot, so it's good to see him go back on his OGs. And like you said, is that a lane where Smolder will struggle, Potato?
Smolder does struggle against the Varus. Varus is able to, poke him down from a reasonable distance, and is also going to be able to beat him in early skirmishes. He has the Chains of Corruption to lock Smolder down. He's going to probably force Angel Lotus to run cleanse this game, and we have a couple more bans. The Zyra and the Janna are going to be taken away. Then TOK deciding to target ban Suvo. On the other side, Altar of Kings, they're going to ban away the Ari and the Nautilus. So another pretty interesting bans just coming out, and it looks like it's going to be a Viego pick.
Is that a Viego jungle? Does that mean it's a Volibear top?
Yeah, Viego is definitely probably a jungle Viego. I'm guessing Hui in the mid lane, Varus bot lane, and that's going to be Dead Corporal on the Volibear top. So I'm not sure if he's played it before. Usually we see HD Crusher taking the Volibear into the jungle, and the Katrina is being hovered in this game. That might be the decider.
There you have it. See, in terms of who can stop him, there is a Volibear stun, but beyond that, not a lot of CC that can really stop the Katarina. And like you said, they're cooking early, right? Like they don't want to take this game for longer. It's all going to be dependent on the Lee Sin and the Katarina getting the stacks for themselves. And what a pick coming out right here. This is the champion that Cat Bot was known for. His literal name, Cat Bot, comes from the fact that he was once a challenger. Katarina. So he's a Katarina one trick. He's no longer just a Katarina one trick, of course. I love that. You know you're gonna have fun this game when you see a Katarina in the game, right? And then you also have the Zillion to sort of crank it up, taking that champion, making sure that in case a Katarina or anyone else dies, there's an instant revive waiting for them right there, and followed up with a Xin Zhao. So that potentially does mean it could be a Volibear support. I'm not sure what's happening right here. You have to explain to me.
I have no idea, but what I think is that's going to be Thorfinn on his signature Xin Zhao mid, and the Hui is actually going to be a Hui support.
Oh my lord, is that a thing? Does Hui get played in the supporting? Because he seems to have a lot of damage to shout.
He has a solid 46% win rate in solo queue, but solo queue is not the end all beyond this. Let's just call this another Subodip special.
Oh my god, this is too interesting right here. I mean, I myself, while I'm figuring out what's happening with the Red Side Comp, guys, make sure you guys like the stream and subscribe to SMG Esports. And like you said, I feel there is I'm not sure. There seems to be a small disconnect in the game. I guess the picks are the same. They were not able to set the runes, it seems, but the picks do remain the same. So yes, we are definitely going to confirm that the picks are the same, Potato. But yeah, man, let's just have this time to talk a little bit more about this matchup. I think, like you said, whey support. His name is whey protein. It took me a game to figure out whey protein is like the same way to say whey protein, which is the one that people use in the gym. And I was like, that's smart. I think Suho has always been very good with his in-game names, and this is
There's
no different.
there's no way it took you that much time to figure that out.
Yeah, no way it took me so much time to weigh in the possibility of it being called whey protein. Oh my god. So in any case, at
And
this point,
while we
yeah.
wait for the game to start,
Huh.
the Katrina pick was a bit of a became a bit of a bamboozle moment because Catbot goes for the Katrina pick, and then we see the Zinjao lock-in, which immediately just clues us into the fact that Hui is probably supporting the Zinjao is going bit. So
How much do you think, Potato, that change in draft happened? Like, the change in picks, because the Zinza was picked last, right? I don't think they were planning to pick Zinza. I just think they were going to go away. And then they saw the Katrina. Like, how much of a chance do you think this might happen? They just saw the Katrina and decided, hey, you know what, just lock in Zin and let's just make it happen. Or do you think it was pre-planned? Because it felt
I
very out of the blue.
yeah, it felt kind of out of the blue, but honestly, I like it. Like, if you look at this comp, like the lane matchup is probably not really favorable. Katrina Zinja really just
Yeah.
going to just deny any sort of all-in pressure. He's just going to beat her up if she tries to go all in on him. Just so much CC and so much burst damage from the Zinja in the mid lane. On the other hand, like if you look at the other members of Altar of Kings, like almost all of them can really, other than Varus, can interrupt the Katrina ult. Hui has his spear. Zinja just knocks you up by auto attacking you point and click. Viego has his stun, and Volibear is a Volibear. So,
Yeah.
so this. I'm interested to see how Catbot is going to pull this game out. It's pretty rough. Katrina gave a lot of CC on the enemy team, but yeah,
I mean,
if
really,
anybody can do it, it's Catbot, right?
100%. If anyone can do it, it's definitely going to be Catbot. And I do feel like they have to win early. Like the Temple of Kings have to win early because they're playing Renate and Lee Sin, right? Like they're playing champions that are very strong in the early tournament game skirmishes. They need to develop a lead here. And if they're able to do that, right, I can potentially see them snowball in the game. In fact, I think they're the only team in India where if you give them enough of a lead and they don't feel like throwing, they can actually close games out. But having said that, the Katarina, again, is going to be super important. And if she's able to get the right ultimates off, I mean, barring the Volibear, they are a bit of a squishy team. So it will be fun, guys. We will take a few minutes to get back into the game, guys, because we are seeing that some pieces have to be restarted right here. But again, let us know in the chat. I think we should have a poll for Game 3 if possible on the YouTube live stream. Who do you think is going to win Game 3 now that you have seen the drafts of both the teams? I mean, I like how Ashley Crusher has played in both the games. I mean, honestly, both the teams have played really well, and they're all really great players, right? I think we're expecting. What do you think of the Viego? Like, are you expecting more from Ashley Crusher because he has been great so far, and they definitely need him to continue playing like he has. If Alter Kings, need a chance to win this game, basically.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. Ashley Crusher is going to have to continue his dominant performance in this series if his team has to have a chance at a comeback. And my eyes really are on Thorfinn this time. He's gotten his signature champions in Zhao. He's got it into a matchup that is pretty good for him. So he's been struggling in that mid lane the past 2 games. So it's going to be really important for him to kind of like turn that around and maybe just show everyone that hey, I can do it too, and probably this time be the one styling on Catbot. But of course, that's easier said than done. But yeah, I think the mid lane is going to be important because I think one of the biggest factors in their losses these last 2 games was that Thorfinn was really struggling in both games against Catbot in the mid lane.
Is Flex Q and Solo Q different, or are they same in Garena right now? Just randomly curious.
They're still different queues. The value of Flex Q rank is questionable at best.
So like nobody cares if you're like challenger in Flex Q, right? Or
unfortunately, there's just the player base is small. The player base is even smaller in Flex Q, and I'm pretty sure that even if you're like Bronze Flex, you can go up against like challenger teams. It looks like Champion Select has been restarted, so it shouldn't be too long before we see people in game. I expect them to pretty much just repeat the same picks and bans before going back into the game.
Yep, so just let you know, guys, the drafts remain the same. The runes were not able to be set because of some client issues, but we should get back in the game in just a few minutes with just the right amount of picks again. This is the finale of the SA Cup 3 presented to you by SMG Sports. Temple of Kings are 2-0 in the lead, and now this is game 3. Akshay's Catbot's Katrina is out for display right here, so it should be really fun to see that play out right here. We haven't spoken much about Kranko's pick itself, but even I think, what do you think about the support pick coming out on Temple of Kings? Like, how is that going to play out into the grand scheme of things? Like,
I
what
think
has
it's a
Kranko
bit.
picked?
He picked Zillion. I think it's a
Yeah.
bit unorthodox because usually you like to pair Smolder with either an engaged champion to kind of secure all of the burst damage that he has in his kit in the early game, but or like with a really solid lane bully like Zyra we saw in the last game to kind of just help him safely transition into the mid game, and Zillion happens to be neither of those.
Yeah,
He does
Zillion's just a revive, but like, do they, like, if a person gets revived again, do they have the mobility to run back away? Is the big question. I think Renekton, Lee Sin, Katrina are all champions with dashes, so I think if they end up getting caught somewhere and there's a Zillion ult on them, maybe they can survive. But definitely unorthodox. But it's definitely range, so that helps us Smolder, because maybe at least they can push out the lane in a way, because Varus and Way bot lane, you gotta assume the amount of poke that can come out from that lane is nothing to scoff at, right? So they really need to be on their toes in the early game, just Lotus and Crankos, to make sure that they don't get poked out completely.
Yeah, in the last game we saw Sam on the Smolder T-Berry, that is, and he was going up against an SDL Ash, and if SDL Ash poke, you think that's a lot of poke, then Hue and Varus are going to turn that up to 10, so that's going to be quite the poke lane that they have to deal with, and they don't really have much sustain. Probably fleet footwork sustain by Smolder unless he chooses to go for that Comet build. But yeah, I think like it's going to be on Sam and Suvo to kind of just dominate that bottom lane. Make sure that the Smolder does not just transition into the mid game safely. The mid game is where Smolder is very weak, so if you are able to shut him down in the early game, that means that his mid game is just extended by that much longer and is just that much worse. So it's like kind of a double damage kind of situation. So it just makes the game a 4 versus 5. So so they're going to be looking to get a lead in that bot lane in this matchup.
Absolutely, and we're gonna keep track of the Smolder stacks, particularly. Let me know how well Angel's Lotus will be doing on the Smolder, because if he gets the stacks going, like you said, then Smolder will scale up to be like a really strong champion, right?
Yep, he will definitely do. He's going to look to hit that 225 mark where he's going to unlock the true damage burn and the execute, and that's when Smolder really starts going. And yeah, the on the other side we have Altar of Kings. We just have these very strong early game champions. We are looking at Xin Zhao in the mid lane, Varus in the bot lane. We have Hui as support.
I think even the Altar of Kings comp is strong early. I was just gonna think like, okay, it's the blue team's comp that's strong early, but that's only on the top side. But in the mid and ADC, you're right. Like, I think Altar of Kings have a more dominating sort of a setup right here with the Zinza and the Varus and the.
We are basically looking at
Wait.
somewhat of a scaling teamfight comp with a random Katrina in it, versus a very skirmish heavy early game comp. So yeah, that's what we're looking at.
I mean, I am noticing the amount of kills in the South Asia League of Legends scene, however. Like, we had 70 kills in game 1, we had around 34 kills in 25 minutes or something like that. Like, the average kills per minute in our meta is quite a bit, which definitely means that people love to take skirmish, love to rotate. And now I think we also set up for another game where, because of how strong both these champions or both these teams are early with the amount of picks they have, I think we're going to probably surpass all the sort of a average kills per minute sort of stat in this game. And again, guys, this is a 2-0 in favor of Temple of Kings. One more game is all it takes for them to win the SA Cup 3 power presented to you by SMG Esports. But you could never know, a reverse sweep can happen. We could be in for a longer night as Altar of Kings. This is their last opportunity to sort of make a comeback and get the chance to win this game. Can the reverse sweep happen? Stay tuned. We are starting the match in just around a minute or so, and I'm quite excited. I want to get to lane. I want to see how, like, my lane to watch would probably be mostly the Baron, sorry, the ADC lane, the bot lane at this point. I think Smolder versus Zillion. Smolder Zillion should be interesting. I don't think in the history of LoL I've seen that combination yet. But hey, there's a first for everything. What about you? What kind of lane are you looking forward to watching in this game?
Same. I'm looking at the bottom lane. There are two reasons for that. One, Smolder Zillion. Two, Smolder was just played last game by Sam, and he was really struggling. So if Angel Lotus is doing well on that Smolder, it's going to be kind of a mental blow to Altar of Kings. So it's going to be really important for them to kind of shut the Smolder down in the early game, I feel, because if he transitions into the mid game with a decent amount of farm and stacks, then I think that that's going to do some mental damage to Altar of Kings.
I think that's exactly what they need to be wary of it. Now, we are just about to start the game very soon, guys. I think I'm quite excited to see Game 3 coming out. And I think, I don't know, man. Like, I'm going to be also looking at Catbot right here to see how well he's playing. I think. I think it's going to matter a lot if Katrina can scale, or not scale, but rather get to his stacks, or how well Altar of Kings used his CC to prevent him from using his stuns. I think that's where the game is going to be sort of made or make it or break it for the side of Altar of Kings. The Renekton Volibear matchup, I can't help but feel that Volibear is going to be very tanky as we head into the mid game. And while Renekton might be faring well, it's going to not be easy for him. Now, do note that any sort of shield that Volibear gets can be broken by an empowered Renekton stun. So there are some levels of outplay right here, but I feel like he might need a very aggressive sort of a build to sort of really tone down the amount of HPs that Volibear can bring. And obviously, Soul Fighter Viego on the side of Ashley Crusher. Uh, Again, super well, super scaling sort of a jungler as well. Against Black Infinity, who's playing his Muay Thai Lee Sin. I think, again, very, very fun match to watch. We are getting started in just a few moments, and hopefully no pauses this time, Potato.
Oh man, how can we not start the game with the pause? Like,
Yeah, we aren't so far. I'm nice. I like the wholesomeness in chat, hearts all around. Ashy Crusher saying good luck, have fun. K and Angels is responding to him. So I think we should be in for a fun start. But yeah, we are getting started, guys, very, very shortly. Let us know who you think is gonna win game 3. I think I'm gonna keep my eyes on the bot lane, and I think we're just waiting now for the game to sort of begin.
yep, that's pretty much it. Waiting for the game to begin. Speaking of the game, how Bishi, any plans to return to League of Legends?
Ha 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 ha. Well, honestly, when I see teams like these play, when I see the community coming back again, it's really fun. Brings back the days when we used to organize tournaments literally every week, every month. We streamed them. We got the entirety of South Asia together. So let's see, man. The only thing is that I have moved to playing Wild Rift, and it's like 20-minute games versus 40-minute games. You sort of get used to just playing one quickly and then getting out. That convenience is there. Whereas LOL is more like 40 minutes of commitment at the very least, and then also if you lose a game, you feel more tilted. But I think I'll definitely come back for some ARAMs and nothing else. I don't know if you guys still play the daily ARAMs we used to back in the day, but I think those are like really fun, and I think we should find a way to bring them back. Just random ass ARAMs every night.
Yeah, those are definitely we do some of them every now and then, but I think the viewers might now be more interested in what's happening on the map, which happens to be absolutely nothing because both teams have gone for a 5-point start.
Yeah, for once it seems like they're going to not get too aggressive with each other in the lane, which sort of does make sense. I think everyone's just there and just sort of holding on to their lane position at this point. We should keep an eye out on top lane as well. Like Dead Corporal has played really aggressively so far, has had a bit of an advantage in CS across both games. In fact, has played quite well. And again, though, but Panda has done a great job in just sort of controlling and maintaining, making sure that nothing there goes out of control at all. So I think that itself is great considering the fact I think, Dead Corporal seems to dominate every other champion and lane that he's played in this tournament, right? So seeing that happen is good, makes it easier for Temple of Kings to sort of just, continue on to the rush. And in the mid lane, Zinza versus Katarina. Oh lord, this is going to be fun. Thorfinn it's one of his main champs. I know it's unconventional to see a Zinza mid lane, guys, but this guy is definitely one of his main champs, and he can kind of counter the Katarina once he gets his ultimate as his third ability as well, right? So first ability rather. So we should look that happen. I think in the bot lane, things are going to be chill for the first level or so. Volibear has push potential. They are trying to remove the ward, but to no avail at this point. Way with his long range and ability is able to push the bot lane out pretty well. So a little bit of advantage coming out. Even Volibear seems to be doing that push potential. I think he started with his passive ability that does a lot, and here you can see Katrina getting poked out a bit in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's the Zinja pick. It's very unconventional, but is extremely annoying to deal with. We did see that the bot lane for Altar of Kings, they did hang around and try and kind of show a fake leash kind of situation. So maybe they are looking to bamboozle Temple of Kings with their junglers pathing. We know that both teams went for a 5-point start, but it seems that actually Krishna might have been spotted by a ward near the Raptor pit that was played by Catbot at some point in the game.
Yep, and you can see right now, I think Katrina is happy to farm. Even Katrina knows there's no point in trying to trade anything. The wave has been pushed very heavily in favor of this thing. Oh, that's a nice trade actually coming out from Renekton right here. Great use of his burst ability amongst the minions to get a lot of HPs healed up right there. And because he has no mana, he can just keep doing that in healing up as well. So I think good start. Lane, there are little tweaks here and there. Oh, nice, a great trade coming out here as well. But this time it's in favor of the Volibear. Lane is pushing. Jungle pathing is important, right, Potato? We have to keep an eye out on both the Viego and the Lee Sin. You can see right here, both of them are on their bot side at the moment, which does mean that they could potentially be a fight for the Scuttle or a 2v2 bot lane. But right now, Smolder is struggling. The Varus, the way, the first blood. Sam is back right here, guys. That's a great matchup, and we talked about how strong this lane could potentially be in poke, and Zillion's not level 6 yet. He can't use an ultimate on you. And then again, very well played by T-Berry, gets his revenge for game 2, shows a Smolder that this is not a lane you can survive. In the mid lane as well, you can see some trades happening as well, but not much. And you can see Black Infinity trying to get some picks on, and there he is. It's a nice stun coming out right there. The exhaust is there, the flash has been used, but he will get a flash auto attack and a kill back. So T-Berry ends up getting slain while trying to push the wave, and that's going to be Black Infinity off the mark as well. Gets a kill for himself, and the bot lane as well, they're trying to push the wave out, but might not be successful. In the mid lane, however, Katarina's quite low. Zinza could get a potential kill, has to flash it. There we have it. This was looking like a hard game enough. Another flash W, and there you have it. The solo kill, the counter pick. Thorfinn finally shows up in game 3 and gets a solo kill for himself. The Catbot has to be wondering, damn, this lane is so annoying to play against. And it is. You can see why, right? It's just so hard for her to play in the early game.
Yeah, and like we had this game where everything was really calm, and then all of a sudden, like the bot lane is just letting it bounces the bot lane for AOK lets the wave bounce back into the tower. And then once the Smolder is far away from the tower, they just run him down. Just beautiful play, beautiful brush control by Protein in enabling T-Berry to just get that kill onto the Smolder. And the follow-up by Black Infinity was amazing as well. T-Berry kind of chooses to stay on the riskier side of the lane while clearing the wave, and he gets caught out. Exhaust was blown, but it wasn't enough. If he was able to survive a bit longer, Ashti Crusher did
tell me something.
the gank out.
There's a gank in the mid lane might not be enough, just a couple of trades, but he is going to go all in onto the Lee Sin. The W has been hit. Here comes Volibear. He is level 6 and he uses his ultimate and he gets a kill. What a rotation coming out from the Volibear right here. Using his ultimate at the right time. They get a little aggressive, did the Temple of Kings, and then they were punished and hard by the Volibear, who had the push potential in the ban lane, mind you. But in the bot lane, T-Berry dies for the second time. The way is running. Smolder smoldering at this point, but it's going to be a 1-for-0 with a kill going over to Smolder. So he gets back into the game. Lot of good rotations coming out right there from the battle laner of Altar King. Dead Corporal right there, really good rotation, I would say, and uses ultimate at the right time. And again, we are in for a great fight, guys. 5 kills already. It's a matter of 6 minutes, and I think now things are going to get spicy because the Baron or the top lane of Altar Kings is ahead. The bot lane is sort of neutralized, and I think Catbot's going to be a little bit of trouble because he is 0-1 and he's a little bit behind in CS as well. And he's level 6. He's level 6.
He's level 6, and it looks like Void Grubs is going to be the next order of business, as both junglers have shown up to the objective. The top side, of course, is ahead for Altar of Kings, but interestingly enough, Black Infinity is the one starting up the Void Grubs. I don't know how this will go.
I mean, the Renekton does have his ultimate as well. Oh my lord, Katrina's in trouble. Katrina has to ult away, doing as much damage as she can before she dies. But Viego is here as well. And this is a hard thing. Kanko does come first on the rotation. This just means Smolder is caught alone in 1v2. Will he survive? I'm not sure. But this does dissuade Temple of Kings to going after the Void Bots at this point. What are they called?
Void grubs. They do grab one of them, but they get the price that they pay for that is a roam from their support, and they lose their mid laner. So I would say not really ideal. Dead Corporal was just chilling in lane all this time, grabbing CS, and Angel Lotus is now going to be here dealing with both the bot laners of AOK.
Surprisingly, he's done fine though. Like, I mean, I personally thought he'd been in a whole lot of trouble with the Varus ult as well. Chain of Corruption never properly used at this point, and in the mid lane as well, Xin Zhao could be in trouble. Black Infinity dies, but not before Katarina. No, it's Zillion who gets the kill right here. But at least they get the kill on to the jungler right here. So some semblance of damage. First item is the ninja tab on the side of Katarina. Smart call to just brush that item, get some armor, and get some sort of defenses against the Viego Zinza who are going to be behind them for so long. And I can see again Thorfinn could be in trouble. Here comes the Zillion ult. Yes, it has been used, but he will not be able to utilize it correctly. And I think there we go. The shutdown ends up going to Kranko. Kranko is the rotating, the roaming support right here. Pivotal at this point. Good dodges on both sides. Chain of Corruption still not being used by their dodges. Like very nice tiptoeing right there, helping his mid laner out, getting a shutdown and getting on the board. He has 202. Great performance rotations by him, and we are seeing, you know, whenever one or two person might falter in Temple of Kings, it's never all of them that falter, right, Potato? It's always someone or the other who's like picking up the slack in some way, and in this game, it seems to be Kranko.
Yeah, and Kranko does get 2 kills for himself. Varus finally does hit level 6, so Chain of Corruption is now available.
He is level 5.
He was level 5.
I was wondering that. I couldn't see the level thing in the quality, but there we go. Level 6. Hopefully now he lands something. But look at the mid lane, Potato. It's not looking for Katarina. He's just getting so
he did
hard
manage, like, all of that action in the mid lane, and Katarina bot has just been taking L after L. He got killed around the grubs, he got killed at mid lane, so he's just struggling a bit over here.
Yeah, and you can see the Smolder ult. Is that a Smolder ult? Yeah, that's a Smolder being used, and here comes them again, and they get another kill onto Whey Protein, and they want to go in again, but this time the Viego is there for defense, and they should be able to survive that. Look at the damage coming out. Smolder again does do a little bit of damage, and again, you know, like T-Berry is having a difficult time right here, right? Like
T-Berry is having a difficult time. The problem with the Hue support is that I think the main strength of Hue is how less he relies on mana on the early game. His kit just gives him bonus mana regen. He's able to push waves so much. He has insane power, and those strengths don't really exist for you in the support role. You can't just go ahead and be like, yeah man, I'm going to just push this wave out for my ADC.
Yep. That's something that's not going to be good, and this does allow the red team, however, to get the remaining 2 Void Grubs, so at least some consolation on that side for the kill in the bot lane. Having said that though, looking at the goal lead, you know, it's very even Stevens at this point, and I think Smolder, the bot lane of Temple of Kings, is actually having an advantage right now, even though the first blood was given away to the Varus. They've done a really good job getting him back in the game, and look at the gold as well. Smolder has the most gold in the game right now, Potato.
Yes, Smolder is doing amazing right now. I don't know how many stacks he has. Maybe we can get that information really soon. He does have the most gold in the game at the moment. Sam was able to get first blood onto him, but after that the bot lane of AOK has kind of struggled to follow up with the momentum of that initial kill, and they're just kind of just going evenish. Like, not much of a difference, is the 300 gold apart, so not really a big deal. So Smolder is sitting on 80 stacks right now, which is so Angel is pretty happy with that. Like, I think last game Sam was really struggling because at 23 minutes he had 120 stacks. So Angel Lotus,
yeah, you can see right here the double stun. Oh, has to flash away at this point actually. So Whey Protein had to use his flash, and the Q does land from the Lee Sin. He can potentially go in, but here comes the teleport. It's Xin Zhao who's going in. Kranko uses ult on himself, does not want to die, ends up getting resurrected on the other side. However, Smolder gets shut down, and here comes the jungler. It does not matter. Altar of Kings are ripping apart Temple of Kings in this matchup, and another double kill for the jungle and the million. It's a 4 for naught in this game, as Altar of Kings do really well to kind of get a very nice team fight in their favor.
Yes, amazing 4-for-1 trade for them. The Katrina, the interesting part in that team fight is the Katrina just jumps in.
Okay, Renekton could die right here. We have to be very careful because remember, like, Volibear does have a lot of CC at this point, and there is no Renekton ultimate. However, he does manage to survive. If you look at the replay right here, man, the teleports was so crucial at that point. They completely jumped on them. They made sure that the aggression was punished. And I like this version of Altar of Kings. I think the Xin Zhao pick is working out extremely well. It's 4-2-4 right here. Oh, on the other side, however, Kranko is able to get some poke back. Smolder is there for damage as well. He gets the pick onto Whey Protein, but on the other side, here comes Viego. Should not matter, however, the picks was made. And again, Kranko was finding the right pick, right? He got that pick again on Whey Protein. This should give them some advantage in the bot lane yet again. But man, I have to be so careful for the Xin Zhao. Katrina, it's such a hard game for Catbot right here. Like he really can't do much. Right, he's struggling with 0-3-3 right now. He's not even finished his first item. He's building towards it, but it's still not completed yet. And it's going to be hard as the game progresses because he is going to get interrupted every now and then, right? And also, if I have to give some credit, like, we have seen Lee Sin here and there, but it's always as if his ganks are getting countered or Viego's just at the right time, right? So the early game prowess that we sort of expected out of the top lane and the jungle is not really shown as much. And on the other side, you have the Xin Zhao as well. He is going to use his ultimate, is going to force the Zillion's ultimate as well, and should run away.
Yeah, just a lot of action coming in. The Xin Zhao pick, of course, is working very well, but I kind of feel that it's come at the cost of sending Hui into support, where Sua is just really struggling to find an impact right now. He's just getting caught out. He just isn't able to land his poke very easily against the long range bot lane of Temple of Kings, and he's just kind of trying to do something. He does finally get a proc of passive wherever Lee Sin is hovering.
Oh, the chain option does miss a distance. A nice dodge. Here comes the small turret as well. There is no ultimate onto the. Oh, Lee Sin, here he comes. He goes for the flash. He's to land one more sonic wave. He's waiting for it. He lands it, but not before Viego comes in. Viego does end up missing his first ability, but he should kill the Smolder, and yes, he does. So it's a 1-for-1, all things said and done. No, never mind. It's a 2-for-1 and Altar of Kings. Here you have it. Thorfinn rotates in the bot lane, gets himself another kill for his team, and now it's in favor of Altar of Kings, who are winning the skirmishes. In the top lane, however, you can see that the Volibear is just pushing his way out, trying to find a rotation mid. Katrina bot, the platings have all died. He's just trying to get as much damage as he can on the turret, while the dragon gets taken away by Altar of Kings. And again, things are looking a little bit difficult right here for Temple of Kings because the Xin Zhao, the Viego, they're all getting ahead in the game.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. They're going to be happy with that trade onto the Smolders. Killing him is pretty good. Kranko is going to miss the double bomb. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, just missed it a second. You can see the replay right here, right? The rotation comes down, and if you look at the bot lane, right, you thought, okay, it's a 1-for-1. Here comes Xin Zhao, just jumps on him and just completely annihilates Lee Sin, dude. The amount of damage on that Xin Zhao, nothing to scoff at, right? He is looking to complete his first item, but still has a lot of base damage in the early game. And
yeah, he has completed his Eclipse already, so he's looking to complete his second. He's extremely fed right now.
Yeah, this could potentially be. I mean, I know I'm speaking too soon, but Altar of Kings, I see them taking this game, honestly. Like, I don't see what's the counter right now. How do they deal with this? Like, look at the goal lead as well. Thorfinn is the highest goal in the game, followed by T-Bay. T-Bay has actually done really well, even though he's 3 deaths down. He's actually farmed up really well, and he's managed to stay relevant in the game as well. And in the top lane as well, like, Volibear is 10 CS a minute, dude. Like, he's the only guy with that amount of CS. Of course, Panda's very close behind him, but he's managed to just farm up a monstrous read for himself in this game. And, at this point, I'm not seeing enough for Black Infinity. I don't know what the Lee Sin can do, and I do fear for him as we head into the mid to late game that he needs to do some really crazy outplays for this game to become a chance for them to come back, right? But right now, it just seems like Altar of Kings are going all the way, and right now the tower seems to be the call right here. He is just auto-attacking and ignoring the Renekton while he's going after it.
Yeah,
not a pretty sight.
This is the power of the Volibear pick. He's just so obnoxious on this patch. Just drain tanks the living hell out of you. Endless despair, unending despair has been completed, I believe. So yeah, he's having a great time.
Yeah, and in the mid lane you can see Kranko getting bursted on instantly, has to use his resurrection, uses his speed up as well. Viego's behind him and he should run away. Level 7 Mastery's Throne as he chooses to run away, but this is going to be difficult. They should really give this headed up, don't they? Oh, Xin Zhao does end up throwing a little bit and gets a shutdown, not before the Zen 2 dies right here. And you have Renekton, you have 4 people. Zinza, one of your primary damage dealers, is dead. Volibear, the tank, is alive, however. I don't know if that's a fight you win. The stun is great, however. They don't want to chase out of the Volibear. The smaller damage is there on to the red side team, but they will look to run away. And way right there, that was a lot of damage. They should look to run away. And I think 1-for-1, all said and done, but the shutdown, very importantly, ends up going to Temple of Kings.
Yeah, the shutdown does go over to Temple of Kings. Smolder is now sitting at about 130 stacks, so he is going pretty strong right now. I would expect like around the 21-22 minutes mark, he's going to get his execute, and that's when things start turning ugly because at that point Smolder just outscales everyone. Yeah, we do have individual members probably like outscaling other members on the side of Alter King. The Smolder is going to be like really rough to deal with early game because they are running a triple melee comp, and Smolder is like really comfortable playing into melee champions. You can get that splash AoE damage, and that Smolder is doing pretty well. I think AOK is like on a timer at the moment, and they have like about 5 minutes before that Smolder really comes online, and they're gonna have to use that window to deal damage because this is where Smolder is at its weakest, right? He's in the mid game. He doesn't really have his third Q upgrade, so he doesn't do a lot of consistent damage. He just has a bunch of burst damage. So yeah, this is the window that they're going to have to look to exploit if they wanna actually like have a good shot at winning this game and probably end the game by around 27-30 minutes.
So, I mean, at this point, other lanes are struggling. However, like Catbot CS has not been great this game because of how hard countered he is in that Zinzao matchup. It's 113 to 140 CS. While the top lanes are again farming up a storm right here, both of them are nearly 10 CS, which is very impressive. And again, like you said, Smolder seems to be the only win condition that Temple of Kings have, and he is doing well. He is scaling up. But man, when you have a Viego and Zinza in front of you, like you really think the Smolder can kite out because that's a lot of damage and upfront sort of burst and dashes coming against you. I think that's where you have the Zillion ult, right? Maybe protect him at this point.
But he has the Zillion to peel for him. He also has a bunch of he also has an escape built in, so he in theory should be able to kite a fair bit. So it's going to come down to what the Smolder can do if this game goes late.
Yeah, here you see Black Infinity is able to get some damage back, but not before Viego comes as well. The double damage does land. The resurrection also lands on the ADC. Can he survive at this point? Katrina has to go down. Oh no, it's not going to be good enough. I think Katrina is just too behind at this point. There is literally no damage coming out right here. She does have an Ashes Tooth complete. It's just not going to be enough at this point. And I feel this would have worked maybe if later, but Cranko is going to be in trouble. Just does not respect the fact that the Zinza was still there. And I feel again, Altar of Kings, it seems like a stomp at this point. There's a 5,000 goal lead. The Baron lane, it's hard to respond to a Volibear who's just so tanky at this point. And while obviously, the mid lane has definitely struggled, 0-4 and 4. I know you're saying, Potato, that it's a matter of time. They're giving them like 5 to 7 minutes and saying, hey, time's up after that. But I feel as if Altar of Kings might have this in the bag, like not trying to cast a curse them by doing that, but it's just hard to see how they can lose team fights from here, right? When you see how strong their damage output is at this point.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's all about what they can do in this 5 minutes, right? Because Smolder is just practically useless right now, and they are sitting at 3 dragons. They won another skirmish. Cranko has gotten caught again, maybe, and looks like no kill here. But yeah, they're getting a pretty significant lead. The Zinja is pretty far ahead, and
I mean, you can see the Smolder trying to do something he can, right? He is looking to run away. The chase is on, but it's not enough. It's like they just chose to kite out and they're happy.
Yeah, Smolder is sitting on 210 stacks, so the next fight that we see is going to probably be with Smolder having full upgrades, unless they fight this very moment, and Rift Alert is going to be dropped. So yeah, 3 dragons already for Altar of Kings, so they just need 1 more for the soul. And like, yes, Smolder scales like a monster, but probably not enough to like deal with Baron and Dragon. But we'll see how that goes as Altar of Kings. They have a fairly significant lead. They have 5k lead at 20 minutes, and that is probably enough to honestly like close out a game if you play really well. But both of these teams so far have been making a lot of mistakes and a lot of throws. And speaking of mistakes and throws,
Catbot. It's just so hard. What can he do at this point, right? If he uses ultimate, Catbot will like Zinza will ultimate himself and run away. Now he's trying to just buy some time right here, see if he can survive. Oh, he does survive. That's some nice fancy footwork coming out from Katrina right here. Cave will look to survive that matchup. Again, though, at what point does a Katrina scale Potato? Because right now, like, she's not doing any damage and she's just not being able to have any impact on the game.
I mean, it's already over, right? You pick Katrina to like snowball and roam, and he hasn't snowballed or roam. So yeah, I don't think there's any coming back for the Katrina outside of maybe he just randomly gets a bunch of kills. But yeah, this is a more coordinated environment. Like people are probably going to call out for CC on the Katrina, so it might be a bit more difficult to pull that off. I think the Katrina's time is already out at this point. I think he's best suited just pulling attention, being disruptive, and just hoping that Angel Lotus on that Smolder can carry him through.
Yeah, I think someone has to sort of tank and create, like you said, disruption for the Katrina, then come back. On the other side, however, finally the ultimate goes in. They really want to go after this Volibear, but not before teleports are there. And Altar of Kings are like, hey, don't kill our bear, okay? We gotta survive. And they sort of like give him all the backup he needs, and I think it's all good for now. A teleport it ends up getting expanded, but that leads to a straight up ban. Remember though, there is a they know that it's happening, however, they can see it from the river trinket and things there, but they're letting it be. They can't contest this, they know this, they'll others get for some of the turret and bounty beatings at this point. Dragon will end up going, the first dragon of the tournament for Altar of Kings finally goes in uncontested. The lead was just too great, and I think Temple of Kings realize this is not a fight they win at this point. I think smart of them to not give it up. Hopefully they get a tower in the mid lane to just get some bounty gold back for themselves. Very important that they still keep getting gold, because otherwise this is just going to get very difficult for them to come back. But again, Potato, Baron, Altar of Kings, this has to mean more pressure, more turrets, more scaling up the goal lead, right?
Yeah, and they have to use this one well, because after this Baron runs out, there's no Baron for another 3 to 4 minutes, and by that point the Smolder will probably just be too huge and out of control. So this Baron and how they use it is for me going to determine who will probably win this game. Because yeah, the Smolder is already at 225. He's looking pretty good. The true damage burn is active, and there's trouble in the mid lane.
No, absolutely. I think like this is gonna get hard. Like we have to look at the Smolder, and I know you believe in him and his potential to carry it. But I just don't see how Altar of Kings loses at this point, unless it's specifically in 5 kills to the Smolder himself. Now in the mid lane, the push is happening. The Smolder ultimate does end up getting used to clear the wave. It actually does a fairly decent job, and like you said, damage is coming out. You can see the Smolder damage. Oh my lord, you were not kidding, Potato, when you said that the person has damage. Look at the damage, and I think they're trying to get some kills. Volibear uses ultimate as well, but here comes Inzao and goes straight after the Zillion Knight here. They have to run. Scamper, attack. Katarina ends up using her hunt. Does not get anybody. Okay, finally gets one person shutdowns on there. Smolder's alive. Smolder's killing. Smolder's doing what he can, but Smolder is not enough as an ace comes out. This looked promising, Potato. I could see what you mean with the ADC pick right here. It was not enough. They potentially will lose the middle inhibitor. They don't want to give it away at this point. I think they just want to give the tower and not let the gold funnel in free. So I think the conversation here is I just get the turret and fuck off. And I don't know, man. Like it looked promising for a while there, Potato, but it just wasn't.
Yeah, that's the beginning. But it's like I said, Smolder is now online, but they have the Baron. Smolder came online at the cost of them giving up like all of these dragons, giving up Baron, and like he's online now. But like there's a lot that has already been given away. That's Dragon Soul coming in for Altar of Kings. So yes, the Smolder has scaled up, but he has not scaled up for free. They have scaled up at the price of one Baron buff, all 4 dragons going.
And Dragon Soul, yeah, and Dragon Soul.
And Dragon Soul, and they're looking at a 10k only. So it's literally like right now all eggs are in the Smolder basket, and the last team fight, the Zinja just beautifully jumps in. Smolder was able to do a lot of damage at the start, but then the Zinja just comes in, one-shots the Zillion. Kranko has no time to react, is unable to ult. The Smolder gets completely zoned out of the fight, has to fly over a wall, is unable to participate anymore, and then after that it just goes down. And yes, Katrina bot finds a flank onto the backline, but it's like the time for the Katrina is already up.
Yeah, the entire Katrina ult, it felt, was tanked by the Varus, and you feel like that should not be the case, right? Like I think there was a clutch
He's built Wits End.
Also.
He's built Wits End. There's
there you go.
There was the exhaust was used, yes, and so Wits End plus exhaust means that he pretty much does nothing. So it's going to be pretty hard for him.
So the Baron is going to go away, but at this point, look at the damage coming in and Smolder. They get the kill back on the Viego. The shutdowns there. Lee Sin will also die in the process. 1 for 2 at the end of the day. And on the top side, look at the top side. The Xin Zhao is going to go after. There's a follow up as well. The Nintendo does have his ultimate. He's going to give this up 2v1. Not a match he wants to take. And I feel Altar of Kings, they're doing it. They're beating them again. The last time they met in the upper bracket finals, it was a 1-2. But this time, it might be a 3-2. Let's have a look and see what happens. But you can see Katrina is getting some kills on herself as well. Gets one, but not enough. And I think now is when things are looking very difficult. Let's have a look and see what's happening. Katrina is getting a couple of kills. Xin Zhao just presses WE and just kills people left, right, and center. I think this could be the end of the game right here.
Yeah, this is looking really bad. Kranko bit greedy there. I think Kranko could have definitely survived. There was really no need for him to walk back. So like very greedy of him to just walk back for poke or I don't know what, but he ends up dying. People have respawn, so they should be able to defend this.
Yeah, they are. Veritas going in. They want to go after the Zinza. Can the Zinza survive? A beautiful use of ultimate. Again, Smolder's trying. Lee Sin's trying. It's not enough, man. The Infernal Soul on top of everything else is making life so difficult to win for Temple of Kings and Altar of Kings, man. I think great performance coming off overall. The Zinzao 11-3-8, man. Like really standout performance from Thorfinn. This is what we were looking for. At 2 games, he was outclassed or outshadowed by the Katrina bot, but in this game, he's come back and Katrina tries Shimite to ultimate. Is just not enough. Zinza will finally die. The resets will come. Not enough. Shutdown. Yes. Oh, it could be more. It could be more. I could be wrong, but never mind. The Viego's there as well. Katrina hits more. There's not going to be enough, and I think this could potentially be the end. Never mind. They will survive. The kills are going, but it's still going to be a 10,000 gold deficit. The bot lane inhibitor will go down. The Nexus turret is already dead. Just one more remaining. They are trying to get some kills back, Potato, but it feels like even Altar of Kings can't throw themselves out of this game at this point.
Yeah, and like it would have been so amazing if the Smolder was actually alive for that team fight because so many members dropped so incredibly low. But Angel Lotus, honestly, it's the previous fight. He just tunneled so hard on the Zinja falling low in HP and just flew into 3 members and got one shot. At the end of the day, you kind of have to remember you're an ADC. You're scaled into the late game, but you're still ADC. And the threat of the one shot is always there.
Yeah, man. Jinzao is just pressing 2 abilities and killing people at this point. It's very, very hard for anybody to like really match up to him, and I feel like he's able to tank so much through his ultimate as well because a lot of the auto attacks coming in from Smolder or other champions are going to be useless against him. And again, it's a matter of Elder, and which is going to be spawning in just 2 minutes. I feel this is where things will take a very, very hard turn. Now Baron has been started. Absolutely no contest. No way in the world they'll try to do this, and they will use the power of the Baron to then push onto the base. Could potentially end the game by then and also get the Elder as well. So again, a great setup for victory. Altar of Kings down but not out. They are 2-0 deficit, looking to make it a 2-1 for themselves. A Hail Mary has to be thrown at this point from Temple of Kings. Can they make the pick happen? Does not matter. The Wally Bear is unkillable. I mean, he died once, but like he's unkillable rather at this point. I don't see him getting boosted on at all as they make a final push towards the mid lane. Altar of Kings be like, you're not the only kings in town. We are here. Our altar has arrived. The ultimate is used. The damage is there. The Smolder is hitting, but everyone's just hitting the Nexus. And Altar of Kings have won game 3. Are gonna take this to a game 4, and a classic performance on the Zinzao, really making this thing happen for them.
Yes, just amazing performance by Thorfinn. He just really stood out this game. He was the reason AOK was able to find this victory. I feel like it was almost like I think half of it was just him. He just absolutely dominated the mid lane matchup. He knew the matchup very well, super comfortable on the Zinjao. Was able to completely shut down Catbot on the Katrina, no small feat. And then he instead was the person roaming top, roaming bot, getting those kills. Well, not top, mostly just bot. And then he was able to like kind of shut down the Smolder in the early game, who was doing extremely well up to a point, but then was delayed a bit because of all of the pressure from coming in from the Zinjao. And yes, the Smolder kind of scaled up, but he also scaled up not for free, rather he scaled up for a price. They lost all the dragons, they lost 2 barons, they lost almost pretty much every single turret that wasn't an inhibitor turret. And yes, Smolder scaled up, but like it became it, but
It's too
ESP
late.
scaled
Like you
up, but
said, on
but
at
at
what
what
cost?
cost?
Yeah, at the cost of his Nexus is the right answer. The 10k gold down with an Infernal Soul being given away. Not enough. I feel at this point, the counter pick and draft really made a big difference. I think getting that Zinzao and then enabling him to carry the way he did. Great draft play right there coming out from Altar of Kings. They're showing that they are also a team to be reckoned with, showing that they definitely have the potential to beat Temple of Kings, and we know this, right? Game one was a testament that they can do it. Game three is like the proof of the fact that they can. Now it's on them to like make it take it home, right? Like it's really on them to make sure that game four and game five they give it their all. They have good drafts and they play to their potential. Shutting down Catbot, I think, was one of the best ways for them to win this. It's not going to be easy every time because now they know that this can potentially be another pick that can go against them. So it will be a fun game four, but I'm looking forward to it, and I'm sure you guys are as well. So don't go anywhere, guys. You're watching the SA Cup 3 powered by SMG Esports. We're in for a cracking finale. It's 2-1 in favor of Temple of Kings, and game 4 will be starting just on the other side.
so far 2-0 towards Radiant side. They are slightly above.
Okay,
in the golden zone.
Oh, Kama gets the bind and flashes it.
I think he is looking for a tower dive here, and looks like Back in
now
is
my
coming
bad.
in for a gank right now. Victor cannot do anything about it, but
can't do
oh
anything
my
about it.
god.
It's everywhere, and they even have K back in line. That's waiting.
Like I said, oh shit.
Oh my god, like Infinity just lands that, and K just walks around, binds, picks the bind, picks the RQ there even with the magnificent bind. Oh my god, and Inside Kid trying his best. I think he can always go through from the back. And okay, he does let her get a glimpse of honest Senna. Senna also trying his best to get a kill against Shouts Timber and Night might have just fumbled the
But
back
never
here.
mind, Insect is going to have to probably run lots of damage onto the Lulu.
Ooh.
Is taken down, Lulu, Arcot coming down behind them. Q connects immediately, Charan Reddy is down to half health, does get the shields, does get another shield, ults in, wonderful weapon, low, Charan Reddy is taken down, full connects onto the Kaiser. Please, I need a bonus. Oh my god, Khan exhaust onto Khan, knock-up connects, interrupts the jump. Is
What? I'll take first grab, go contest dragon. Oh, holy shit, look at that tower dive, by the way.
It's not Brazil.
Oh shit, looks like Wukong is in between 4 people right now. Oh my god, Kaza Arolda inside his own death realm. And looks like 1v1 day is going on. Oh shit.
Oh wait,
Oh,
she did end the game here. Diana gets the entry into the fate, gets a reset, Viego gets a reset. Do they actually end the game here? Smolder is nowhere to be seen. Smolder comes in here, trying to save the day, doesn't get the kill though.
Now they're trying to go on to the Akali. Fury is going for the win. Atrox goes and takes down.
I don't know what Akali was doing there. Nothing over there, but it looks like that. It's just that one kill ignited the whole new fight down in the mid lane. And Smolder is absolutely shredding off everyone in the back line. Sonya's popping off here and there. And Swain just got slain by T-Berry. That late end game scenario, the potential, the scenario, late end game scenario is here. And T-Berry is just...
And first blood goes over the side of Lightwork. Will Trioxy be able to survive that? But no. Double kill going over to Catbot.
Oh my god. Very Twinsy is going to try and save the game with an engaged Mordecai was the last man standing. He is going to go down as T-Berry picks up the quad and a pentakill.
Oh my god. CEO is also in middle of 5 people. He's trying to get some kills, but Black Infantry just slays CEO. CEO is out of the game.
Decide it all. Twinsy trying to do as much damage as possible. However, in second solo, he fails that smite and he gets taken down.
Hello and welcome back to the South Asia Cup 3 brought to you by SMG Esports, and we are in game 4 right now, because game 3 was an immaculate Zinza performance that brought Altar of Kings to a victory in this best of 5 series, and I have a feeling they need to deal with it in some way in this game.
Yeah, definitely. Katrina into Zinja was probably the straw that broke the camel's back, and boy did it break.
I mean, it broke everything, even the kitchen sink at this point.
Everything broke.
Yeah, and
we see the volley ban coming in, so that's finally going to be an adjustment by TOK, who were kind of going. I don't remember what they were banning before, but the volley ban is going to come in. They're going to take it away, and on the other hand, Altar of Kings is going to ban away the Hue. So Smolder is still up for grabs, but in this series, while Smolder is very strong on this patch, it kind of feels like both teams are unable to get wins with the Smolder.
Yeah, they have not played a lot, I'm guessing, and you can see right now the Xin Zhao is getting Howard. I do feel it's just a taunt at this point, like, hey, we dare you to pick. Never mind, they pick it. So, like we said, there needs to be an answer to Xin Zhao. The answer was to not ban it, but to pick it, as Temple of Kings decide to play Xin Zhao in the jungle with Black Infinity.
Yep, and that Zinja is going to go up to Black Infinity. Black Infinity has played the champion a fair bit, and he has had good performances on the Zinja, and he's going to be hoping to do the same. Obviously, it gets first pick. It's pretty strong right now, and
oh my lord,
is that him? Is that Dead Corporal Jax?
Yeah, dude, like, I don't know. They've changed Jax's splash. I didn't even know that happened. He has 7 eyes now. When did that happen?
I mean,
Holy shit, he looks like Master Yi. He looks closer to Master Yi, dude. No, he had like 3 of them, if I remember correctly. Or maybe he had 3 fingers. I don't know. But at this point,
in high definition, he has more eyes.
I feel like Jax is very, very late game. Like, and there are picks that can deal with him in the early game, and I feel like a Darius is one of them. Having said that, though, that's scary, dude. Like, just seeing a Jax in any tournament, any match, you gotta fear him in some ways, and I feel like Red Corporal wants to really bring this match home. But then you have the Jinx picked up by T-Bay right here, but the following with Angel's Lotus is Kaisa. I think this is what he was known for when he first started playing League of Legends competitively. His Kaisa was one of his more played picks. He's back on that comfort pick for himself. And I think one more pick is left on the blue side. I think they want to lock in a support, and there you have it. It's going to be that support.
Yep, it looks like it's going to be an Ashe support. Interesting. I personally am not a very big fan of the Ashe support. It seems like players in this region do seem to find unique ways to die on the Ashe support, which kind of nullifies the fact that she has so much pick power. And the response is, and on the other hand, that's a really early Jinx pick. While I like them putting Sam on a carry champ where they can funnel their gold into him, I kind of find it odd that they pick a Jinx this early, because now the response is going to be like they're going to draft a bunch of dive, and they do have the Ivan to protect the Jinx though.
Yeah, the Ivan pick is very interesting. It's very unlike actually Krishna so far. He's played carry. Like, you know, he loves playing those carry jungle picks. This is the first time, and I'm a little doubtful, if I'm going to be honest, Potato, because he was the secondary or primary carry in most of these games, right? In fact, more impact, I would say, was brought on by him in the games that Temple of Kings lost. Now he's going to play something which is very supportive for his team. He's going to give that onus of carrying to, like, the Dead Corporal and his ADC, right? Like, and, you know, will this work out? It seems like it's going to be a bit of a gamble here.
Yep, that's true, and it's going to be risky because you do have the Jinx. Pretty much, Jinx is like 6-item Jinx. Win condition is always a thing. They're going to be playing into the Kaisa. Kaisa also scales fairly well, but Kaisa not as well as the Jinx, I would say, and she's more of a skirmish-oriented champion. And we also have the Braum for some additional people.
So good right now, right? Because all of them are auto attackers, and I feel like Ashe is so good right here. The Malphite, the traditional counter to the Jax, is what is being hovered right here. I do like this pickup quite a bit because it nullifies the early to mid game quite a bit. Jax really can't do much into the Malphite once he ends up building full armor, and there you have it. Playing for the team is Panda, choosing to go for the Malphite also gives them a much needed CC and engage, right? Because they were lacking that so far in their picks, and there they have it. They have the Malphite.
It looks. Is that a Blitzcrank?
That's just a hover. I don't think we're gonna actually play Blitzcrank. Akali is also a great pick actually. Oh, this is a great pick. Even as is the Ari, I would say. Annie. Ooh. This is a hard engage comp. Like,
this is a hard engage team fight comp. You just go blow your load on one person, and that person just dies. And unfortunately, I think that person is going to
be the
be the
jinx.
jinx on the
There's
enemy
no
team.
protection, right, Potato? There's no protection. Like there's a Braum who will press his shield. It doesn't matter in front of an Annie at this point, right? And you have a Malphite jumping in as well. I mean, you generally would pair a Jinx up with a hyper carry, generally, because it's good. But in this case, they went for the Braum, which again was a comp up until the Annie gets picked, and now Victor as a response, again, very strong control mage, great wave clear, great distance, lots of damage, scales quite well into the late game. I've not seen these picks. Indian League of Legends meta definitely has its own fun and power, because these are some of the picks that you would not see generally getting played competitively. But now that we are seeing the compositions get locked down, Potato, you have to walk me through a bit, because this is a different sort of comp coming out. Finally, it feels like a little bit of a cohesive comp from Temple of Kings. It felt like for the first 3 games they were just playing what they want to play, but now it feels like they've put some thought into their picks in terms of what they want to do as a team.
Yeah, definitely. I think part of that is also because AOK has taken one game away from them, and if they lose another game, it's going to be a 2-2, and that does not feel really great, especially when you're going in. You win the first 2 games, then you suddenly lose 2 games, so mentally it can be a bit grueling. So they are going all out this time. I feel they're going to play the be playing the Annie in the mid lane. The blind Annie is a bit, I think, of an issue into the Victor, but because that's pretty much Victor is
Yeah,
going to have a great time just scaling up for
they're
free.
choosing to take blue every time, right? So Temple of Kings like are really prioritizing the first pick quite a bit. They're like, hey, listen, we don't need counters, we just need the first pick, and then this is what they want to do, but they're not really utilizing the power of the first pick much. Like in this case, I think they somewhat did by taking the Zinza away from Altar of Kings. But like generally, what happens in first pick, you pick something that you can flex into multiple lanes or things like that. But it's just been like, okay, we're just gonna go blue every game, and that's what they've done so far in the tournament, right? So it'll be interesting to see how the Victor sort of pairs into it. But I would have liked to see the Akali. Honestly, I think the Akali would have just zooped through the picks and given a lot of advantages. But I guess an Annie works as well. I don't know. We'll have to see. At least in
Yeah,
late, we know nothing got encountered.
yeah, and I think the goal is just to be able to get past the Braum Shield and land CC on the Jinx, and then the Kaisa can just jump in there. But something I really don't like a lot is the Kaisa Ash bot lane. Like
Yeah.
no real CC. So Kaisa is pretty much going to be on her own, attempting to get all 5 stacks of her passive. Uh, at least till level 6, where Ash can apply 1 stack. So that's amazing.
I do need to ask, right? Like, do enchanters not get played enough in the current meta? Because I feel like as if both the champions could have really benefited from like a Lulu, or somebody who can just like give them a lot of damage output through their ardent sensors and stuff. Is that not something we see get played much? Is it more like range supports with damage? Is that the current meta? Because I'm seeing Zyras and Ways and Ashes playing paid support more so than even tanks, or lesser seen as enchanters who just beef up their ADCs.
Yeah, people are going to maybe some people will hate me for saying this, that currently the meta is like ADC is considered a bit of a weak role, and usually we have utility coming out of the ADC role. Uh, on the other hand, support is fairly strong at the moment, so we are seeing a lot of really unorthodox champions getting played in the
Hmm,
support just because of the amount of gold income they're getting via the support items. So they're pretty relevant up to the 2 item mark, which means like you don't have a support champion, you have just another carry on your team up to like
makes
maybe the
sense.
17 to 18 minute mark, who has just got an item, and after that is where they actually start falling behind in goal. So that's why we see a lot of these weird picks. uh, on the other hand, we do have the Jinx and the Prom on the side of AOK. Uh, they are going to put their eggs into the hyper carry basket, but right now Randuin's Omen is pretty strong. So if King chooses to pick that up, he would be able to negate a lot of the Jinx damage. On the other hand, the Frozen Heart is probably what he will actually go for, because it helps against both the Jinx and the Jack. So pretty interesting drafts coming in. AOK seems like pretty much a straightforward run of the mill team fight comp. We protect our ADC, we protect our backline, and we have just one Jax causing havoc in a side lane kind of situation. On the other hand, Temple of Kings, it seems that they just love their skirmish comps, to be honest. They just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
pseudo pick slash skirmish comps. They just love to play those kind of compositions. So they're just going with something of that. They have a fairly strong team fight as well with the Malphite, the Annie, and the Kaisa. If Fed can does pretty well in team fights herself, but yep, it honestly draft wise, I kind of like AOK's draft a bit more than TOK at the moment.
I think TOK is going to really rely on the fact that the Jinx will be the hyper carry they want them to be. And of course, they by themselves have no engage of their own, right? Like they're just playing like, okay, if they want to engage, great, come at us, we'll retaliate with the engage. So I always feel like that the team that has the onus to engage are generally the ones who decide to win or lose the game, right? Like if they do a good engage, they win. If they don't, they lose. And I feel like they have more agency in the game because they can set up dragons and heralds well. Because the threat of an Annie will always be there. Annie in a bush at any given point will be there. Randomly, an Ash shot gets thrown and suddenly someone just collapses. You have the Malphite as well. The zoning potential brought on by these champions will really make dragon fights and objective fights difficult for AOK to sort of enter in. But let's see how they're able to pan that off. Maybe some sacrificial lamb has to go in. That's why I think Daisy will come in as well. Daisy can sort of do that. Hey, listen, I'm Daisy. I'm gonna go in and give the necessary vision for my team. So maybe they're gonna find some way to do that. But my eyes are on top lane, Potato. Like I think, I don't know, man. Like AP Malphite does really well. The Q poke is annoying. If Jax jumps on you, you press a third ability, reduce attack speed by a ton. Not a lot of agency for the Jax to do much, but I feel after 2 or 3 items that just changes. I feel after a couple of items, perhaps even after 1 item, I'm not sure at this point. I've not played the game much, but I know for a fact that Jax will end up outscaling, and not only outscaling, but outlaning the Malphite pretty darn hard at this point, right? And of course, we are seeing a Xin Zhao. I'm expecting gank stop, man. If you don't gank a Jax who's a sitting duck at level 6 or even prior to that, I think you're just letting him scale for free, right? While the other lanes are going to be happy. And you can see right here, small trades have started to begin. I think Malphite might be in a bit of a trouble actually, because he's going to get zoned out, decides to not, finally does go back to his lane. Nobody really loses any CS. So all is good for now. But in the bot lane as well, the Ashe, of course, will have so much agency, right, Potato? Because the 2 range into a melee champion, level 1 Braum is as good as a minion at this point.
Yeah, and I feel like the AOK bot lane kind of struggles with this, because we saw when Sam picked up the Smolder, they kind of just refused to concede the level 1, and they try to contest it anyway, even though they don't win it, and then they end up with situations like they just randomly lose half their HP at level 1 for no real reason.
That's true. I mean, that's just the style at which Kanko loves to play, right? No matter what ADC he's playing with, right? Like, he feels as if you play to the very max potential of your champion, and that's exactly what he tries to do. Obviously, at certain points, if, that means he's getting ganked, he is. But you can see right now as well, a lot of poke damage coming out of the Braum, right? And Jinx is honestly going to be struggling. If they're able to get all the CS and push this tower out, they can get a great back. But like we said, Ivan's here, and exactly what you predicted, right? Like, they push a lot, they feel that they have the advantage. The flash is there, the auto attack is still not, the stun does land, followed by a great pick, and again, Kranko in his effort actually ends up giving a first blood to the Temple of Kings, so they make it work. The 3v2 was in favor of Temple of Kings as they get the first kill.
Yeah, because that gank was super forced. We had the bot lane from AOK. We have a Braum, we have a Jinx, both champions not really known for their level 1s. We are going up against Kaisa, Ashe, really strong level 1s. Double range, they get poked out, they take a ton of damage. And then we have the
in the middle as well, the stun lands as well. And again, you could see the flash being used from Victor. This is so bad. A flashless Victor at level 6. You know what's going to happen at this one. But double flashes were expended by both the Annie and the Xin Zhao. So all in all, not the worst sort of a trade, because he gets 2 for 1. Having said that, now Braum is looking to get 3 stacks onto the thing. And here comes Ivan. At this point, they're getting kills. They've not enough. Ashe wants kills. Ashe can look to get a double for herself. Yes, she gets 1. 2 more stacks. The stun lands, and Jinx, she's just trying to do as much auto attack as she can before she gets it. But Kanko gets 2 kills for himself. He actually has 3 kills in the game. Now he will also die. So it's a 2 for 2, all things said and done. But all the kills on Temple of Kings are going to Kranko, and all the kills on the side of Alter are at least going 1 to the Jinx and 2 to the jungler, which is, I would say, a little better for them.
Yeah, it does work out a bit better for them, and like TOK definitely wants to get the advantage in this early game, because with levels, at least after level 6, it will be way harder to win the 2v2 in the versus the Jinx and Braum, and so far they're doing fine. It kind of that it shouldn't really that fight shouldn't really have gone that way. Angel Lotus kind of overstepping and this gets punished super hard for it, which makes the fight much less in their favor because they do win this matchup quite hard, and we kind of see a bit of that again. Almost gets taken, the stun almost connects again. So Angel Lotus probably reaching a bit too much in this lane over here.
Yeah, and you can see armor's getting built right here by the Malphite as well. Here comes the Ivan, but I think Malphite should be fine. Double armor, cloth armor. I think he's gonna go for the Bramble pretty soon. Anti-heal will be really helpful against the Jax. Jax is not gonna do a lot of the Malphite early game. Let's just be honest, right? It's gonna take a lot more items from the start, like really putting. I think he is looking to go for Divine Sunder, if I'm not wrong. That should be the item he should look to go.
Divine Sunder has been removed from the game.
Has it been? Never mind. I am still in the old. What is Jack going to be Triforce at this point? They removed Divine Sunder from the game. What are you saying? When? Why? Where? Oh my god.
This season, we lost mythic items, and Divine Sunder was one of those items that.
Oh, we lost all the mythics. Okay. Damn,
Yeah.
dude. I need to read up the new patch notes at this point. I think Triforce all the way then, or at least Black Cleaver perhaps. I'm not sure for the Jackson of build. Having said that, level 6 has been achieved by both the mid laners. I am looking for an Ashe ult into a Xin Zhao ult. Honestly, I have not seen the Xin Zhao do a lot this game, barring that one gank. But you know what? He is actually doing a lot now. He's getting the dragon for himself solo, uncontested at this point. And again, for the third time, Ashley Kusher, he's trying his best to get his team ahead, but at this point, it's too late. I think they're keeping just enough distance. Gotta applaud the bot lane of TOK right here because they're keeping enough distance to not really get ganked. And in the mid lane, the ultimate from Varus slays them, but he also dies in the process of 1v1. And we need a replay of that, I think, if possible. That was an interesting fight. I don't know how the Victor ended up dying, but I can see how the Annie died right here. The ultimate Victor really using the last sort of DOT tick at the end to kill him.
It was pretty similar. The ult from Victor killed the Annie, and the Annie back killed the Victor because the ult from Victor killed the Annie.
So once Annie died, the bear went into zoom mode and killing the Victor as well. Justice. It all depends on who got the wave at that point. And I think the wave was pushing in favor of Catbot. So I think he should be a little happy. Yeah, there we go. The wave does come back to him a little bit, right? So I think all in all, not the worst trades for the Annie. But the Victor also gets a kill for himself, which does put him in a good lead. And again, in the top
Victor
lane,
doesn't mind because he gets stacks on his passive. His passive gets progressed, and it's all honestly Victor's going to outscale the Annie really fast, right? So Annie's going to have to look for a window to actually do something else. So trading is absolutely not ideal.
you can see how having the Braum, while a great pick in team fights, is really making them struggle. 2 platings down already. There's a 13 or 15 CS lead at this point getting developed, and you know, they want to go after the Jinx, but again, so go after the Ashe. It's not going to be enough. One more auto attack maybe could have killed the Jinx side there. Decide to not, and then Angel's Lotus again on this Kaisa. Even though 0-1 and 2, I think they're establishing a very strong lead potato. Like this bot lane is winning, this top lane is doing well, the mid lane is going even. This is going in favor of TOK right now.
Yeah, and this was pretty much expected, right? Malphite in the early game is going to be able to outtrade the Jack.
Yeah, and I think a Malphite ult into a full combo might be it. He uses third ability. Let's keep an eye on the Malphite. I think there's going to be a kill, but I think Ashikash is there. He is baiting. The shield is there. Oh, he does see him. He will look to run away. But oh, there we have it. Yep. There we go. I think at this point it should be fine. But smart bait at this point. I think Dead Corporal was looking to sort of bait. I think Xin Zhao's here as well. Does he want to use? And this is the first herald. There's no thing that we throw, right? So
those are white gloves, not the herald. So nothing to throw out just yet. And yeah, Jax is happy to recall. He's only about 7-8 CS down. He's probably fine with that. He's going to walk back to lane. He's going to continue farming and outscaling. Victor is doing fine in the mid lane. The Jinx and Braum are kind of getting punished.
Badly actually. Well,
if he kind of feels like that lane is doing way worse than it should be doing, but yeah, that's about it. Angel Lotus is sitting on 3.4k. There's a solid gold difference being built up. TOK in the lead right now, about 1k gold.
Yeah, that 600 gold lead is in the ADC itself, right? So that's going to be at least one longsword, at least one dagger, at least in terms of advantage. Again, though not the worst of the games, however, it's not as if AOK are like losing pretty badly. I would say the mid lane, in fact, is now going in favor of Thorfinn because he's able to get the push pressure going. And again, I'm looking for the next gank. I think jungle has done great. Oh, there we go. The ultimate from Victor has to flash out right there. That would have been toast for him right there. Zinna is coming on the other side. You have Jax. The stun is there. The stun, does it land before it happens? No, it does not. And that's going to be a great rotation coming from the Malphite yet again. This is what I'm talking about. Sorry, from the Jax yet again. Like, I think there's a great opportunity that Dead Corporal finds these small moments where he finds opportunities to gang and gets those kills for his team. He's done it yet again.
Yep, and this is super amazing by Dead Corporal there, kind of trying to push the mid lane lead. And there's something that has to be noted. All three actually, like, the comp of Altar of Kings actually does outscale TOK very hard, so it's not really ideal for them to be going even like this.
Yeah, they need to start winning right now. Kranko could be in trouble. Here goes the stun, does land. Another great gank. 1 for 2. A shutdown. Goes to the Jinx. It's what you're looking for. Here comes the Xin Zhao. He wants to go in. A beautiful W on that side. The jump, the flash, the ult gets used by Xin Zhao. Does not want to take auto attack damage. You have Angel's Lotus hitting. Ends up using his ultimate. Is not enough. Yes, it is. The flash from Jinx is also there. It's a 1-for-1 at the end of the trade. And Angel's Lotus gets a kill for himself. But the shutdown of the Ashe ends up going over to the Jinx, which is great for T-Berry this point as well. And again, Malphite is just poking those rocks. Hurt Potato. Jax is doing fine though. He is a little bit, actually no, he's 26 behind in game, but he's at least he got a kill for himself, so I'm guessing he's gonna be slightly even in terms of gold.
Yeah, in terms of gold he'll be even. He's probably a bit behind in XP.
Ashe ult lands on the Jinx,
no,
but
it misses.
It misses, never mind.
It misses. But yeah, bot lane, Kranko is playing this lane amazingly well. He's spacing, he's landing poke, but when he's getting all these waves pushed in, he isn't going for vision that's deep enough. The result of that is that they're just getting constantly ganked and throwing the lead, which is really not something they can afford. Malphite could be in trouble.
Malphite just respectfully ults out. There's ults being used by Victor as well. Again, we have to. I feel as if Annie has not done much this game at all.
Yeah. He's just stuck in the 1v1 losing, and he's struggling to push out waves. Obviously, Annie is. There's a reason Annie is not a competitive staple, and it just gets worse if you're unable to get
for his efforts, and he ends up using his ult as well. And there we go, the damage does come, but here is the Ivan to sort of protect him right there. But it does mean
Annie doesn't have kill pressure for a while now.
Yeah, but the good thing, however, is they get a plating, they get the dragon, right? And slowly and steadily, right? Infinity, you have seen him counter gank here and there. You've not seen him do like a proactive gank in certain locations, but he has kept up the jungle game completely. All objectives so far, whether it's those Rift Grubs or the 2 dragons, are all gone on Temple of Kings side, right? So he is actually maintaining a solid objective control for himself and for Temple of Kings. And I think that's good for them in the time being. I mean, you could potentially play at Soul being a win condition, especially with the dragon that is spawned. Which dragon has been spawned? Which Soul is this? Is it the Ocean?
Able to see that in a bit. Oh,
Malphite is not there. No, Malphite is not there. There's a lot of minions also.
It doesn't matter because he has Mercury Stride, so that stun duration just does get shortened by a lot.
Oh, that's so sad. They wanted to get him a kill. And oh, there we go, he finally dies. I was like wondering how it took a lot for the Annie to kill, honestly. The flash from Victor gets blown right here. Kranko with the rotation. Ah, there we have it. The Ashe rotations in the mid lane. Love it. Love seeing those things, and it gets them the second grubs. What do you call that? Rift grubs.
Second set of void grubs. So that means 6 void grubs. That's going to give a lot of push power to the team, and they're going to need that because they want to end this game fast. They don't want this to go to the late game. They're going to have to deal with the Victor, Ivan, Jinx, and Jax in the late game. And honestly, if I were them, I would not want to deal with that. So yeah, so TOK needs to look to end the game within a reasonable amount of time, and having 6 void grubs is going to really count towards that.
It definitely does, right? With 13 minutes in the game right now, the last of the platings are going to go down dead. Angel's Lotus wants to get the last of them. I think he's also in a great spot. If you look at the CS all across the board, at 113, 114, right? So Temple of Kings are doing really well in the CS department, almost CSing around 9 CS a minute. You are seeing the Jax obviously struggle against a Malphite build. This is the time he's getting countered. The first matchup in the 4 games where I think the Jax is now gotten countered, so he's obviously having a little bit difficult time establishing level of dominance. On the other side, though, look at the damage output coming again from the Ashe and from the Jinx. Honestly, and they get a kill. T-Berry ends up slaying Cranko in the straight up 2v2. The Braum is able to absorb so much, but here comes Ashe, gets a kill onto the Braum. So it's a great rotation. The Ashe rotation, so any rotation you're looking for, Potato are finally here, and I think he picks up a kill. The flash stun does not land. The auto attack does, however, and he will die. Gets a double kill, but he ends up dying in the process. Kai'Sa should look to get it. The Herald now finally gets taken by the red team. So while they lose the Void Grubs, you call them, I think they get some semblance back to the Rift Herald.
Yep, and this is great for them because this buys them more time, and more time is exactly what they need. In the bot lane, just Angel Lotus is disrespecting the all-in power of the Braum. Walks forward for a couple of autos, gets caught, and is just Cranko has to give his life for his ADC over there. Catbot just does come for the rotation bot, but is a bit too greedy. Goes forward for the flash W, but misses, and then ends up just giving a double kill to Wings.
Infinity could be in trouble right here. He's getting poked down a lot. Has to run. Oh, it's not going to be enough. Thorfinn with the Q ends up getting the kill onto the Xin Zhao. But here comes Malphite, and he wants to get damage on the other side. Double kill for Thorfinn before he ends up getting slayed by the Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa will reap the rewards of those kills, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Altar of Kings. And again, like you said, in a composition where they don't really mind losing out early, they're doing quite well. Here comes Sky. The unbreakable shield is there. The flash is already thrown out. They want a kill. They're going for the kill. The flash on the side of the Braum as well. They will lose some priority in the tower, but they should look to get the million tower, nothing else. Oh my god, and he's actually tanking because of the Tibbers ult right there, but they didn't get a kill. Like I think they used up their aggressive summoners to sort of get some advantages. They did lose a lot of HP. They did not get the tower also, but they have gotten a lot of keep damage. Here comes Daisy, and I think now the Kai'Sa gets used, and another flash. So great sort of trade in terms of just flashes. They get the Jinx flash, I think they get the Braum flash and the Ivan flash in a single fight, and they lose like a couple of flashes of their own. And I think mid lane tower should go down, and Temple of Kings, slowly but surely a certain dominance in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is their window to kind of act, right? Because time is running out. I think AOK is just in a great spot overall. They haven't really given up too much. They've lost 2 dragons. They're probably going to lose the third. They were able to pick the Rift Herald. They will need to contest the next one unless they're going to contest this one itself. So they're in a pretty decent spot so far. They're setting up the scaling there.
Yeah, teleport comes in from the Jack side here. They do want to fight this. Xin Zhao's in trouble, hence up having to use the ultimate, but so much damage. Can he get the smite? No, he cannot. He ends up using it earlier, but the team fight is there. The match fight! What a beautiful composition that is, straight up in your face. They lose the dragon, but they straight up get the team fight victory. That was at least a 3-man ultimate, right? And then the Annie damage
on top of it. 4-man ultimate. 4-man Annie ult into 4-man.
Yeah, that's
also. There's always the wombo combo victory condition.
It's almost like AOK forgot there's a Malphite waiting for them. That was genuinely a treat to watch. Look at that ultimate, just a thing of beauty, honestly. Fun, and I think you can see how strong the competition was. Oh, Jax wants to go in. He might be able to get the Jinx, also get the Annie right here. Oh, 1 more HP is all this needs, and he will survive. Here comes Angel's Lotus, gets the pick up himself. Beautiful timing, beautiful rotation. They get the mid lane inner tower, they get the outer top, they get the fight victory, and Temple of Kings making their mark in the game. What a I'm still reading on that ult. It was so fun to watch that 4-man ult, man. Oh. That was like too fun.
Yeah, and with that masterclass in team fighting, Temple of Kings are now looking at a 6k gold lead, and that's a significant gold lead, right? Now they can actually try to close out the game, because before the dragon, they weren't really in an amazing spot. Although Altar of Kings did get the dragon, so they do buy some more time for themselves in terms of now they can they don't have to contest the next dragon.
Yeah, you look at the gold, however, Dead Corporals at 5.9. It's just like there's a big difference right now in terms of just gold leads, right? All the laners of TOK are just 2,000 gold ahead of the counterparts.
The funny part is the jungler for TOK is behind the support.
He's struggling though. I mean, he is going for the objective-based gameplay, but again, you expect a Xin Zhao to have, I don't know, more gank potential. I mean, he's choosing for a more objective-based gameplay. Not really doubting on that. He's not had a great kill participation as well. He's just 3 out of 14 at this point. I think it's always been the Annie show 7-3 and 2. Great performance from Catbot right here. And
But
Malphite as well, completely nullified the Jax. What happened?
yeah, but I think this is a pretty good example of how strong the support item gold generation is, because we see Cranko is actually ahead of Dead Corporal, who has 141 CS, which is not like, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. 19 minutes, he's 140. He's probably going to have like 150, 160 by the 20-minute mark, and
Yeah,
that's a pretty decent number.
it's
This is
not
a
a
crazy
great
amount
spot
of
to
gold.
be in. The Ash ult does land. The ultimate does land as well. That's going to be one shot. That's a beautiful ultimate from Kanko right here. And this is what the Ash pick is. On the other side, the Angels Lotus 1v1s the Jinx and absolutely annihilates. And now we did speak about how Kaisa is one of his signature picks, or at least he used to play it a lot before he started playing other champions as well. And I now, 19 minutes in the game, Potato, this is a storm. The mid lane inhibitor is about to go down. The bot lane inhibitor tower is about to go down. They might even get the bot lane inhibitor while they're at it. This is a very, very strong performance coming out from Temple of Kings, showing why they are the undefeated, showing why they are the Indian gaming representatives for Asian Games, and why this is the team to beat in South Asia right now. I feel they've done their job. They might just go after Baron next, but yeah, this is looking like a bit of a GG. Unless, of course, Kai ends up being in trouble. Oh, that's a nice flash on the other side. Oh, will survive. Will survive. Cloud drag. The cloud speeding on the buff is helping them out. This should be okay.
Yep, just really, really great performance by Altar of Kings up to about the 14 to 16 minute mark. Sorry, Temple of Kings up to about the 14 to 16. AOK was honestly doing fine before they contested Dragon, and that just Dragon just leads to their downfall. They just, everyone just groups up. They have no idea that they're getting flanked by the Annie. Don't have vision, and you just can't come back from an Annie 3-man ulting your backline, and then your Ivan moves up, and then you get 4-man Malphite ulted. It's just too much.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like Temple of Kings played a little more seriously this game as well. I think they didn't like the fact that they lost the last game. They were having fun when they were like playing the Katarina game, and they did get silenced that game. And then one game again, they're like sort of back to playing serious. They got a team fight comp. They know how to play it. Again, I think just not inting as much. And now the balance up for grabs for TOK right there, and they should look to get this. A clinical performance coming out right there from TOK right there. They get the Baron, the Slain, the blue team has slain the Baron Nashor, and with the top lane inhibitor the only one left to go, you might just see a final push coming out on the side of TOK if the game ends. And there's not a lot anybody can do at this point, right? I think AOK tried their best. I think game 1 was super fun to watch. Game 2 was a bit of a storm. Game 3 they won. And K could be in trouble and chooses to back out. And now you have, the 4th game, which is again looking to be a complete stomp on the side of.
Yeah, consistency seems to be the bane of Altar of Kings. They aren't really just able to find.
Oh, the ultimate of Ash misses, but the Malphite doesn't. Angels Lotus just gets the kill. Unstoppable. Thorfinn trying to wave clear. I think that's not the turret you need to defend. You need to defend the inhibitor turret. Angels Lotus is aggressively using his Kaisa ultimate just to try and get more damage right here. I think they are looking to get the last turret of the game. Annie is in the mid lane trying to push the mid lane wave out as well. They might just do one last hurrah at this point, but I think we all know what's going to happen. TOK yet again undefeated in South Asia. One more time, probably winning 3-1 at this point. But kudos to AOK for playing really well throughout the series. Definitely give them a run for this money, but Bomb just gets annihilated to nothing at this point. And now you have the Ash going in as well. Aggression shown on top. Here comes his Zenza using his ultimate as well. Infinity is tanking a lot of damage. Will probably die just through turret damage. Jinx is getting some resets at this point, and Jax is jumping in again, but Jax gets stunned, and the return damage is huge. Malphite's there. Victor's alive. Victor trying to do what he can. Doesn't matter. W ends up killing. Jinx is alive, but here comes Annie tanking and just not making sure that she doesn't die at this point. But doesn't matter. Angels Lotus gets the kill. Triple kill onto him. The Rock and the minions win the game, and Temple of Kings are your South Asia Cup 3 champions. Kudos to them. I think they definitely played and were the better team of the day. I would say they are undefeated at this point, and they will continue to be, but super well played for them.
Yeah, the signs of resistance were there. AOK was trying to step up to them, but I think in the end the issue therein lied in the consistency, and it was like on TOK, we had most members performing fairly consistently. There's some hiccups here and there in the bot lane, but on AOK, I felt like the members weren't being like super consistent. Dead Corporal just didn't have a great last game on that Jax. Struggled to do anything with his lead on the Trundle. Ash had an amazing game one and game two, I think. Game three, two, or yeah, game one and game two, but then kind of just fell behind a bit in game three and four. Sam again just had an amazing game one, game three, and then kind of had a really bad game two, game four. I think that's what it boils down to. Like the talent is there in AOK, but like the consistency and the decisiveness of TOK is just unmatched.
Yeah, but this is why this is the team that has practiced so much to get into the Asian Games, right? Like you have other teams with a lot of potential, and this is where community tournaments like the ones that SMG is doing is actually so great, right? Because you're getting a chance to hone your skills and then show and prove your metal against other Indian teams as well, right? So it's just very nice. And I feel like we should see a lot more of these. But until that happens, Temple of Kings undefeated. They are the strongest team in South Asia. A great performance from them. Always fun to watch no matter what they do. And now, they are the champions as well. So kudos to them, guys. Thank you so much, by the way, for everybody that tuned in. We hope you enjoyed the stream. Kudos to AOK as well. I think they played well, valiantly. GG well played to them as well. And if you guys like the stream, please make sure you sort of subscribe to the channel as well, because you will see a lot more community tournaments coming your way on the SMG Esports channel. And put it any last words before we sign off for the day.
Yeah, thank you everyone for joining in. That was an amazing series. It seems that we have our winners for the SA Cup 3 is going to be yet again TOK, continuing the undefeated streak, but hopefully that changes in the future.
Absolutely. All right, guys. This is it from our side today. Hope you guys had fun. Until the next time, see you guys.
And first blood goes over the side of Lightwork. Will Trioxy be able to survive that? But no. Double kill going over to Catbot.
Oh my god. Very Twinsy is going to try and save the game with an engaged Mordecai was the last man standing. He is going to go down. Very picks up the quad and a penta. Oh my god. CEO is also in middle 5 people. He's trying to get some kills, but Black Infantry just slays CEO. CEO is out of the game.
Decide it all. Twinsy trying to do as much damage as possible. However, in second solo, he fails that smite and he gets taken down.